Okay, hello everyone. Sorry for the delay. We are now streaming to YouTube. Welcome to Concordia University's Fourspace, and thank you for joining us for today's event, Writers Read Presents, a professional panel and reading with Laurie Graham, Derek Beaulieu, and Jana Prikryl. To help situate you, we are streaming to YouTube, finally, live from Fourspace, and we are located here on unceded Indigenous lands in Tiohtià:ke, Montreal. And just in case you don't know, at Fourspace, we work with our university community to help mobilize knowledge. We co-create daily activities that help examine research questions, projects, ideas, things in development here across the university. And we're running today's event as a live stream Zoom meeting also. So we welcome any comments or questions there via the chat. For those of you here in the space, if you'd like to participate, that would be fantastic. Just let us know, raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you so that everyone can hear. And with that, it's very much my pleasure to hand it over to the Writer's Read assistant, Annie Skirzak. Annie, welcome in.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you to Fourth Space for hosting us. We're going to be beginning our day today with a panel talking about writing lives, and we will be opening it up to a question and answer period to you guys as well. So, pursuing a life in the arts requires patience, sacrifice, and drive. It means finding the careful balance between nurturing and protecting one's creative mind and time, and constantly challenging it. It ranges between being a deeply lonely practice to one in which your only audience seems to be the harshest of critics. Many of us in this room have likely been told that you cannot make a career out of a hobby, and we're pushed to perhaps consider less risky fields. I am currently pursuing a master's degree in creative writing here at Concordia, and I have, of course, been met with looks of confusion and the repetition of every student of the arts' favorite joke: how I'm currently attending grad school to become the world's least employable person. Our three guests today, however, offer glimpses of literary lives that illustrate rich trajectories from their personal successes to the collective work they do in the storied literary magazines and institutions they are connected to. These three poets, Laurie Graham, Derek Beaulieu, and Jana Prikryl, who will be joining us over Zoom, join us here today to share their variety of experiences, their creative practices, and to share with us the decisions they have made and the paths they have taken. Today, we are hoping that they will answer the question we all have: how do you do it? Laurie Graham is a writer and editor and the current publisher of Brick Magazine, an international literary journal published twice a year out of Toronto that has featured writers such as Anne Carson, John Berger, Ocean Vuong, Leanne Betasamake Simpson, and Dion Brand. Laurie often works with the long poem, the lyric poem, and the found poem. Laurie's first book, Rove, attempts to articulate the meaning of home as a descendant of prairie homesteaders. Rove was nominated for the Gerald Lampert Memorial Award for Best First Book of Poetry in Canada. Laurie's second book, Settler Education, addresses the various ways that the oppression of Indigenous people by settler society reverberates in the present tense, and it was nominated for Ontario's Trillium Award for Poetry. Her third and most recent book, Fast Commute, discusses the existential costs of unfettered resource extraction and was also nominated for the Trillium Award for Poetry in 2023, with the jury claiming that it is, quote, an urgent lament for all we are losing. Derek Beaulieu is the author of 26 books of poetry, conceptual fiction, and critical writing, as well as over 200 chapbooks and 6 edited volumes. His work is consistently praised as some of the most radical and challenging in contemporary Canadian writing. Beaulieu holds a PhD in creative writing from the UK's Roehampton University and has been recognized with 9 teaching awards locally, provincially, and nationally for his contributions to university-level education. He is currently the Banff Centre for Arts and Creativity's director of Literary Arts, was Calgary's Poet Laureate from 2014 to 2016, and has been Banff's Poet Laureate since 2022. In 2022, Beaulieu received the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal, which stated that, quote, Derek Beaulieu not only constitutes one of the most innovative of all authors in Canada, but he has committed himself to service on behalf of others, providing leadership in the arts throughout his career and promoting the poetic merits of Canada to audiences around the world. Jana Prikryl is a Canadian-American poet born in the former Czechoslovakia. She earned her BA from the University of Toronto and later earned an MA in cultural criticism from the New York University. She is currently the executive editor of the New York Review of Books. Jana has been described by James Wood as having, quote, one of the most original voices of her generation. Jana's work has been featured in magazines such as The New Yorker, The Paris Review, The London Review of Books, The Nation, and The Baffler. Her writing has been described as, quote, nimble, even acrobatic, cutting but never slashing, always clever but never merely so. Her most recent collection, Midwood, explores love, sex, motherhood, and marriage, quote, plainly but urgently, and has been described as making it, quote, clear and unmistakable the increasing singularity of her artistry. Jana is the recipient of a Guggenheim Fellowship, a Radcliffe Fellowship, and is the winner of the Award of Literature from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. I'm very eager to have a conversation with these three incredible writers today. Let's get started. All right, hi there. Can each of you briefly introduce yourselves and share a bit about your background as writers? Laurie, if you'd like to start.
You did a pretty good job.
Thank you.
I don't know what I have to add. I've been writing since before I knew I was writing. This is kind of my third art form. I grew up in dance and music and was writing at the same time. And so that kind of formed me as a human. So I take the writing of poetry as just something that that comes out of me and always has. And it was only in my 20s that I realized I wanted to actually try to figure out how to do it. I accidentally won a poetry contest, figured I needed to go to school. I needed the environment of sort of the ready-made community of a writing program, wanted to really delve into craft. I tried doing an English degree and it nearly killed my desire to write. I needed an MFA. So that's kind of what set me on the course.
Awesome, thank you.
I think I probably came to writing as a nerdy little kid who found solace in comic books and drawing and reading and spending time alone. And as I continued to do that, and with the rise of the internet, I started talking to other writers online, or to writers online, to other people who found solace in writing. And basically I came to being a poet by hanging out in bookstores and bumping into other people who were reading similar books and getting in conversation with them and that kind of thing. That led to a lot of years of really not knowing what's going on and not knowing what I wanted to do or what I wanted to be with, in the future. And a lot of, family pressure to like, well, you should get a trade or you should find some sort of, and I knew that wasn't for me, but what came next, I didn't know. And it's just been kind of a process of discovery. You do this and then you meet these people and they like, oh, actually, we're going to a reading on Tuesday. And then it's put on by a magazine, you get involved. And it was that kind of process of one thing led to another. That's just been, it's been a constant journey of just discovering what this conversation leads me to throughout.
Awesome. And
Yeah.
Jana?
Sorry, hi. Had some trouble with my mute button. Hello, thanks for having me. Yeah, everything that Laurie and Derek have said sounds familiar to me. For me, it felt like I kind of backed into eventually publishing my first book, but I feel like I always wanted to be a writer from my adolescence, and it was very much a sort of deep identity-based thing as a very, very solitary and quiet, timid child. I liked to read, and scribble. And I studied English at the University of Toronto, which I loved. And after that, I felt quite at a loss for the reason that you described in your introduction. I feel like I've always suffered from a lack of imagination when it comes to the sort of career path side of this whole thing. And I didn't have any contacts in Toronto. There was no clear way for me to get a job as an editor. And I believe it never even occurred to me when I finished university. So I moved out of the country. I moved to Dublin where I didn't know anyone. And it somehow seemed psychologically easier for me to try something writing related in a place where I was just surrounded by strangers. And that's where that's where I started freelance writing for the local sort of cultural listings newspaper. And when I returned to Toronto a couple of years later, I continued freelancing, and eventually I moved to New York for a graduate degree. And through all of that, I was freelance writing these reviews and essays. And I was I wasn't really focusing so much on publishing poetry. And it was only sort of after many years of sitting on notebooks and notebooks of poems that I decided to try to put them together. And by that time, I had steady work in an editorial office, which I also sort of came to by great good fortune, not through any tremendous strategizing on my part. I knew someone who was leaving an internship at the New York Review of Books, and they suggested I apply. So I did, and I got the internship, and then eventually was hired when a position opened up there. And I haven't left since. I feel like, in a way, I've been blessed with a kind of stamina and a lack of imagination when it comes to the work that supports me as a poet. It never really occurred to me to leave the Review after I started working there. And so here I am.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So you kind of led into my next question, which is that not only are each of you creative writers, but each of you have a variety of experiences working with writing at the professional level, as publishers, editors, etc. Could you each briefly touch on what you do and what motivated you to delve into these careers? And perhaps what is a lesson you believe you would not have learned had it not been for these careers?
Okay. My current position is Director of Literary Arts at the Banff Center, which means I coordinate all of the literary residencies, trying to listen to the wider community, find out what writers today want to focus on, what topics are of import, find the funding and the faculty, and make those residencies occur both on our campus and digitally. What led me there was a lot of years of working with community. I think that the position that got the ball rolling for me was working as a volunteer editor at Filling Station Magazine, which was a community-run literary magazine in Calgary, and just talking to other writers, looking what people were sending in, and seeing that what folks were sending in, if they considered that worth sending, that meant that perhaps I needed to look differently at my own work and realize that that was something that if they had the confidence, that I could. And if they saw this as a community or a space that they wanted to see grow, that was something that that was a valid path. That was something that I hadn't had any exposure to as a undergraduate student, or certainly as a high school student or anything like that. But there were a whole group of people who actually saw that writing was something that you could do and be passionate about, and didn't have to be a job. It could be something that you loved. And that's the thing that really pushed me forward, was moving from space to space. That was like, this is how I can be of service. This is more something that I love. This will be wonderful too. And each position has taught me something about how to listen, but also what the realities of publishing are, what the realities of these kind of spaces can be, and then how to get out of my own way and make space for other people. That was the thing that really excited me.
I have been since 2016 the publisher of Brick Magazine. I've been involved with that magazine since 2010. I started as the minder of the subscription database, and then started doing a bit of editing, and it has snowballed from there for the past whatever year this is, and whatever year I started, did math result years. When I started a BFA at the University of Victoria, I felt that to be kind of the start of me getting serious, quote unquote, about just trying to figure out what I was doing when I was writing, what my subject was, why I was doing it, how to get better at it, all these kind of nuts and bolts questions. At the very same time as I was clicking my being into that formulation, I knocked on the door of the Malahat Review and asked if they needed help with the slush pile. And so it was kind of the act of writing and reading that were existing in concert for me, and that wound up. Who would have guessed? I'm much the same. I've kind of stumbled, much the same as what Jana mentioned. I've kind of stumbled into this and have been here a while now. But the and like Derek says, it's got to not feel like a job for me to want to do the job. I can't do 9 to 5. I'm structurally not built for it. So all these things have come together to make it so that this is something that sort of fits with my personality, with the way I write. I also have been from the start someone who has needed to write. It needs to be a thing that happens on the regular in my day to day. And a few other jobs will allow that. I've managed to figure out how to do both while doing this sort of editing and managing work, whereas teaching was not, was all consuming in a way that it was dragging me away from the writing for long stretches. And that just doesn't work that well for me. So yeah, I think that sums it up.
Thank you. And Jana.
Yeah, the question was like what we get from our working days as poets, is that?
Yes, the careers that you have, and what a lesson you believe you would have not have learned had it been for these writing adjacent careers.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm daily grateful for what felt at the time like years of sort of thankless toil as an assistant at the New York Review. I had done a lot of, as I said, reviewing and writing, and also editing of poetry books and chapbooks before I came to the Review. So I felt like I had my own voice. I knew what I was saying. I knew what I wanted to be doing. But there followed, I would say, a solid decade of working quite directly for the editor, Bob Silvers, and just sort of absorbing a different attitude to language. I really struggled with it for the first couple of years, I would say. There was a kind of, I mean, to get quite detailed and specific here in a way that may not be useful, but there was, the New York Review has a fairly strong house style It's known for the great clarity of the language in its pieces. And often this, in practice, means a very plain, sort of literal English. There's a real distrust of certain kinds of metaphors, not just cliches, but also like colorful language in our pages. And that came, it felt like I had been sort of dropped into cold ocean water when I started working there, and I hated it for a long time. And then gradually, of course, I absorbed a lot of those lessons. And I wouldn't say at all that that I write in that way now, but I think it did have a really powerful, it was like a second bachelor's degree or something. Like it had a powerful effect on my ear and the way that I hear sentences, including in poetry. And yeah, I'm just endlessly grateful that I sort of accidentally found myself there, and that I survived it in a way, and that I decided, that I stayed, because I think it really informs my work, not in a slavish way, but I think that the sort of daily contact with essays on a huge variety of subjects, historical and political, as well as, aesthetic and literary and artistic, has also just enriched my writing. I think the work of an editor, if you're doing a form of editing, if you're working on the kinds of writing that you respect and enjoy in some deep sense, can be very helpful for a writer, because it's like a constant stream of fresh information, a constant form of contact with what other writers are thinking about and how they are finding ways to express themselves. So yeah, it's hard to imagine at this point in my life being a poet and finding a job that would be equally enriching and sort of stimulating. A lot of people are also work as book editors, and that has crossed my mind from time to time, but there's a specific kind of tempo to being an editor at a magazine. It's slower than a newspaper. It's even slower. Our magazine is slower than the New Yorker. We come out every 2 weeks, not every week. But it's much, much faster than the work of a book editor. So I don't have to sit with one single project for months at a time, which increases the feeling of variety and the feeling of constant change and fresh ideas, which is very satisfying.
Thank you so much. So clearly, you guys all keep quite busy. So I'm curious, how do you balance developing your own creative writing projects and progressing in your writing adjacent careers? And how do you choose what to prioritize at a certain point in time?
Derek just wished me luck. It's a constant negotiation. It's an ongoing evaluation of how you fit both into your life. The act of editing is to me uses a different part of the noggin than writing, and there is a necessary kind of pause that has to happen between the two. So it has taught me how to be very attentive to my own self in relation to the work, how my sense of my own capacities changes. being very alive to that has been quite important. To manage both is just fully like it feels a lot too, like you have to turn from one to start in on the other. You always feel, or I always feel a bit of abandonment going on. No matter what, it's just inevitable. It's kind of it comes with these two gigs. But I don't ever feel like I have that figured out. And that's kind of perhaps the point. I've been from the start just wanting to be as close to writing as possible. And so it involves to understanding the work that I do for Brick, and it's a similar sort of or no, it's actually kind of different from what Jana was saying, where we come out twice a year. So our process is quite a bit slower than a every second week or every week sort of publication. So there's a bit of really kind of slow attention that goes on. And I've been at various times understanding that as a like how to approach that as a writer, to take on editing work as someone who is actively kind of working on her own stuff, like to have those two dovetail in a way that can be generative to both. That has been really a useful ongoing question for me to ask myself.
When Sina and I were talking before this panel, I mentioned that there are so many of us. I would define myself, and I think there are a lot of us in the room that would define ourselves the same way. I'm an introvert by disposition, but an extrovert by training. I have to be outgoing, but what I want to be is quiet. What I want to be is writing. And so the balance between my professional career and my writing career feels like breathing. I breathe out my professional career. I breathe out as director of literary arts. All this I supply to the rest. But in order to continue to do that, I have to breathe in writing. I have to refuel. And if those two things get out of balance, then neither works. I need to make sure that I'm breathing out the same amount that I'm breathing in. And that does mean at the end of the day, at the end of a workday that was, budget meetings and Zoom meetings and email and spreadsheets, the things that fill me back up, that present that work-life balance are my family and my writing. That reminds me of why I do what I do, and it keeps it fueling. And it is a very difficult balance, but I think that if either, like I said, if either one gets out of whack, you know it. I need to write in order to be a good partner, a good dad, and a good worker. And finding a way of doing that means sometimes that's your evening. That I retreat into an evening spent, sewing books or, chopping paper or whatever it might be. My partner Kristen jokes that she can tell if I've had a stressful day because I'll take a piece of paper and fold it in half and then cut it a little bit and trim it and trim it and trim it. And basically I'm just turning a large piece of paper into a whole bunch of little tiny pieces of paper. And she's like, that's what you're going to do with your evenings. And I was, yeah, it's brain work. It's processing work. And that's what writing is for me. It's taking in all the stuff that I've seen all day long, processing it, understanding it, and then breathing it back out again.
Awesome. And Jana?
That's very interesting. I feel like I might use the same metaphor of breathing, but actually the other way around. I've always thought of my work as an editor as the work of taking stuff in, like taking nutrients in from the soil or whatever, and to mix my metaphors, and the writing as not exactly an exhalation. Maybe that happens inwardly also. It all comes in. No, but I'm not sure that I have a tremendously effective balance between the two. What I've found is that my writing really needs to happen first in the day, in the early morning. I mean, I can, jot down little notes, or if a line hits me in the middle of the day, I'll like tap it into my phone or something. But for any sustained writing to happen, usually has to happen before I start work as an editor. So there are a few mornings a week when I do that before I start working. At the moment, that's the way we've organized things at home, so that my husband takes over childcare stuff on those days. With my last book, Midwood, that was written during essentially the first year of the pandemic, when our household was just under a tremendous amount of stress. Like many others, we had a toddler with us, and I was working from home. We were all working from home. So I decided to try to write one necessarily very short poem every morning before my son got up. He was 3.5 when this started, so he was waking up very early. And I think that the writing of those poems, in a way, is what saved me during that first very difficult year. So I do think that it's necessary for me to be writing as much as I can, sort of just selfishly for my own mental health. But there are different, like, depending on the project, depending on the manuscript I'm working on, that's what I'm trying to say, that can take different forms. So right now I'm writing these very long poems, maybe as a reaction to my previous book. And they are coming together extremely slowly, because I only have, certain mornings to work on them, and I never have actually enough time. I have maybe an hour on any given morning. And so they sort of grow by accretion, and that's just the way it is. I find that having even an hour in the morning to add a few lines to these poems I'm working on is sort of crucial, is transformative, is like changes the way I'm able to think about everything else for the rest of the day. So I think the balance doesn't have to be one-to-one in terms of time. It just has to be a kind of regular attention that you will be returning to. And by regular, I don't necessarily mean every day either, but often enough that it's always sort of alive in the back of your mind what you're working on.
Great, thank you.
Can I add just one quick thing?
Absolutely, yeah.
It made me think what Jana just said there. The one thing I do have difficulty fitting in is reading. That the work and the production is one thing, but actually at the end of the day, taking the time to actually open a book and read somebody else's work, that's much harder. The eyes are tired, and that kind of coming in like, okay, now, on top of the spreadsheets and everything else, pile this novel. That I'm still very much working on how to split the time 3 ways.
I came to the realization a few years ago that I do a ton of reading, but almost everything I read has not been published. And to then turn away from the unpublished work of helping a piece come into the world to open up a novel is I'm still finding it exceedingly hard. I'm still kind of trying to negotiate how you fit reading into your life when it's what you're doing as wage earning, if it's something that you're doing to like help your own craft. How do you fall asleep reading a book? Like I need to do something opposite to that in a way. That's a very interesting thing you bring up, where reading fits.
Yeah, I've had, I must say, the same problem. I feel like I'm able to get into a novel only if it's like a truly, truly great book. And it holds me in a kind of, Jane Austen-y grip. And I also find that in the evenings, it's hard to have the kind of attention that you need to really take in a book adequately, to like give it enough of your brain. Part of the new poems that I'm working on, part of that project is actually a lot of reading about Mr. William Shakespeare. And so I've read like at this point a ton of books about him and the period and so on. And I some of it is in the evenings, some of it is on the mornings, on weekends. And it's just a constant challenge. Yeah. Because you realize, I often realize when I do have time to read in the evenings, that it's just not making the impression that it needs to be making on my mind. Like the there just isn't enough wattage there anymore. So I think that's why it's very helpful to have a job that does allow you to constantly be taking in prose or poetry that you find inspiring and stimulating, because those are the bulk of your days. And that's really like the best part of your brain power is going to be expended on those things.
Great, thank you. So rejection and criticism are inevitable in the writing world. How do you guys handle rejection, and what advice would you give to writers facing it for some of the first times? Sorry? Jana, would you like to start us off?
Oh, sure. Well, one thing, I mean, rejections, I feel like they used to hurt me in the way that one would imagine being hurt by rejection. Like viscerally painful. But one advantage of becoming an editor and having the sort of unpleasant chore of sending out rejections on one's own is that you realize that as an editor, it's not enjoyable. You don't want to be rejecting work. Every time you open a fresh submission, you open it with I try to anyway, with a real zeal and like a desire to find something that will work for the pages that you edit. Because I mean, just on a pragmatic level, we are always hungry for fresh text and new voices. So you come to it with a great sense of hopefulness. And I think just imagining that on the other end of my own submissions has been very helpful. And the rejections are just, you never know why something was rejected. Perhaps it didn't precisely fit in with what the magazine needed at that moment. Perhaps it overlapped too much with something they published quite recently. And in the end, it just becomes a kind of irrelevant use of your energy to worry about it, I think. In the end, there are so many other demands on my energy that if I get a rejection, I just try to move on and send it out elsewhere. And I would rather be unhappy about something else than that.
Same. I have come to understand rejections as relief to receive one. There, the piece is free. I can proceed. I can send it to the next place. That it feels kind of, I'm able to move in a way when I get a rejection, and it could have something to do with the number that I've doled out. I've rejected like everyone. I've rejected some of my closest writer friends. I've rejected people who've won like very highfalutin awards. Like it's the process of doing it, much like Jana says, it's never pleasant. And it sometimes has nothing to do with the piece itself and everything to do with logistics of an issue. But to be able to spend time with a piece and then try to articulate to the writer what you thought was happening in it is a really valuable process. And it's painful to have to say no to things that you think have merit to them. But that process is, I think, so important to people on both ends of it, to have that kind of, it's not a conversation, but to have that relationship is a vital one to me, to the work of writing and to the work of publishing.
Receiving rejection is hard, and it's remained hard. It's never fun for me. You know, you never open up to like, oh, right on, turn down. That's what I wanted. And yet as director at the Banff Center, when I look at the number of applications we get, we're accepting like 1 out of every 10 people, which means there's an awful lot of rejection letters going out. And a lot of that it has nothing to do with, in some cases, it has nothing to do with the quality of the work. It has to do with the logistics. We only have X number of spots. That's it. And so it's a funding issue. It's a problem around, capacity. And it on the other end, there's this weird beauty around this. It's to receive so many submissions, whether that be for a magazine or for a residency or for reviews, means that there is a rich community, that there are so many people who want to be involved. And the role of the editor is not to gatekeep. It's not to prevent. It's that literally there's only so much geography. And I encourage that if getting rejected is beginning to wear you down, or you're feeling like what you want to put out in the world is not being seen in the venues you want it to be seen in, create another venue and start making space for the opinions and the points of view that you would like to see foregrounded. That the response shouldn't be anger or frustration, unless you can take that anger and frustration and harness it into creativity. Harness it into, fine, they don't want it, okay, whatever. I was going to say, I understand, but maybe you don't. So then find another space or create another space and use that as an excuse to broaden the conversation, as opposed to feeling like it's being limited.
It's really helpful. Thank you. As your writing careers have progressed, how have you managed expectations, both external and internal, related to success and recognition? Whoever wants to start us off.
Can you say that again?
Sure. As your writing careers have progressed, how have you managed expectations, both external and internal, your expectations for yourself, related to success, how you want to succeed, and how you're recognized?
Sure. I started to see success as something different than I perhaps thought of it at the beginning. When I started writing, when I started my post-secondary education, being first person in my family to attend university or to complete a degree, there was a lot of expectation that a degree was job training, that this equaled that. You do this, you get this job, equals success, equals paycheck, and hurrah. Or that putting out a book equals so many sales, which equals rent, which equals hooray. And more, over the last 20 some odd years, it's like I realized that that's not the equation that I actually truly believed in. That success for me wasn't sales, it wasn't reviews. Although, of course, they fuel and of course they feel good. And I'm not suggesting that we don't want those things. But what I wanted was conversation. What I wanted was interaction. What I wanted was community. I was lonely and I wanted people to talk to me and talk to each other about poetry. And that to me became way more important. That if it generated, and each book to me, ideally, if it is a success, it teaches me something about my writing, which I can then turn into the next project. That to me is what a successful book is. It's something that I put out into the world responds in some way, and it doesn't have to be with your wallet. And that teaches me something about what writing can be and teaches me something about the assumptions I was making, which then I can turn over into a new crop, into a new book, into a new perspective or a new conversation. That to me is why I write. That to me are the benchmarks of success. Royalty statements still hurt. And lack of reviews still hurt. But I try to remind myself each time that happens, that was like, no, it's okay. That's not why you're doing it. Remember. And that to me is the message I want.
In terms of managing expectations and thinking about what success is, I have perhaps not thought of that in any concrete or quotidian way. The writing I do and the aims I've had for Brick have involved changing the world a little bit, which is way loftier than any one person like can rightfully do. But it has been kind of no less than that. Seeing in the world the profound injustices in it and feeling compelled to write in order to try to inject something different into that. Similarly with Brick, part of my goal as publisher, what I thought was like the most incredibly, I felt like undeserving of the opportunity to try to change what a writer is via that venue, what our understandings of what writing is and who does it and who's gets to tell what story in that magazine. So those sorts of things have been my goals. And it's like, it's almost embarrassing to utter them aloud in a way because they feel too large to manage at all. But if there's like some like tiny shift as a result of any of that lofty work, I feel like that I've maybe done it right for a half second. The successes to me are so, any sort of monetary success is not there. Any sort of attention the book gets is a wonderful surprise. Like all those other daily realities of publishing, they can't be inventoried in a way that leads to meaning, but that other work can.
Great. Jana?
Yeah, I find this a challenging question, more challenging than the others. I think mainly because my own sort of ambitions or my own definition of success are quite small. I mean, of course, it's likewise a wonderful surprise to have any of my books reviewed, to have any response. I mean, I feel it's a wonderful surprise to hear when anyone reads anything I've written. But I would say I'm not sure that's why I'm doing it in the first place. I think I've always written in order to explore something either about language or in the relationship between like a living consciousness and the language that it uses. And I think the older I get, the more I find that I'm genuinely grateful just for the chance to be sitting. Nowadays, I write directly on a laptop, so be sitting in front of a screen and being, having a few minutes to be in that frame of mind of trying to write something. And I think increasingly, if I think the one thing that does get me down from time to time is not sort of whether I've received an award or not, or been reviewed or not. It's the sort of sustained lack of attention that poetry as a genre gets in even the sort of very narrow literary culture that exists in North America. Like if you're not writing this sort of, multi-generational novel about an entire continent, then you're not really doing anything that has much meaning or currency in our culture, I think. And that sometimes makes me sad. But of course, there's nothing we can do about that. And to me, it feels like a great victory that like I managed to write my first book and then a second and third, and that I'm still able to carve out some periods of time to spend with a blank page, because I think of that as the one place where something really interesting can happen in the course of my day-to-day life. So it feels like a tremendous achievement in some way that I have the resources and that I still have like the appetite to be doing that. So I would say focus on the work as much as you can, because that's really the only reliable form of reward that you get. The sort of, I think, sorry, I'm totally babbling here, but I think the older you get, the clearer it becomes that there may come a time when you either lack the appetite to write or you somehow lose that interface with a blank page. And I think that would really be, that would be a disaster. But everything else is just sort of a pity. It's a shame.
I think after this question, I'll open it up to the audience since we have quite a few people. So for now, my last question for you guys is, for aspiring writers in the audience, what advice would you give to them as they embark on their own writing journeys? And is there something you wish you had known when you were starting out as a writer?
Jana, do you have words of wisdom to start us off?
I'll repeat something facetious a friend of mine once told me, which was the only advice he had for young writers was marry rich. Which in truth, I think is really excellent advice. Other than that, it's just really try to embrace a strong sense of endurance and stamina, and just because I think, if you're working a number of freelance jobs, or if you're working one very meaningful job that doesn't pay well, what you need most is just a kind of a strength to just endure and maintain interest in your own, in this sort of very private and like thankless, can be very thankless endeavor of writing. That's not really a tremendously encapsulated piece of advice, but I think everyone's route through this is so different based on their personalities and the sort of accidents of where they end up in school or after school. It's hard to give advice.
Yeah, I find it nearly impossible to give proper advice, except the only thing that comes to mind for me right now is the just follow your nose, just hold to where your attention is taking you and where the energy is. Just hold to that. That's like the thing. That's the thing. I don't know that there's much more that I could possibly offer that's of any use. Yeah, I'd second the Mary Rich. Just in really concrete terms, like I kind of did set my life up so that I wouldn't have to spend money on much, like just in very daily ways. You know, I don't own property. I don't have children. I live in a smaller city. Like there are some very like basic structural things in my life that I've done to set myself up, but most importantly, like just make space for your nose. Just completely give yourself over to the thing that enlivens you, and make sure you keep doing it.
I want to build on both of those things. I agree completely. I think play, explore. Once you can separate yourself from all the other benchmarks of success, then all that's left is, well, I mean, it's corny, but love. Like, love your writing, love the exploration, be kind to each other, create space, give to your community what you wish the community would be giving to you, and be a good gardener. Make sure that the field is fertilized, make sure that for every plant you remove, you're planting seeds, and just create a space that is what you wish you had, knowing that someone else is going to need it, and just come at this from a sense of, well, I mean, love and kindness and play and exploration, because all the other things will fall aside. If you're doing it for any other reason, in my opinion, it won't last. And it's a marathon, not a sprint. You're here for, ideally, you're here for life, not for, just the bounce. You're here for the roll. So what practices do you need to make that sustainable? For me, it's be a good gardener.
So great, thank you. So we're going to open up the question now to the audience. If you have a question, just raise your hand and someone from the Fourth Space team will bring you a microphone. And anyone who's joining us on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature and literally speak, or you can type out a question and someone from the Fourth Space team will read it out for you.
We have our first question right here.
Hello, what is the easiest Canadian literary magazine to publish in?
I don't know that there's an easiest. I know there are a lot who are looking for you. I hesitate to name some, but go to the CBC Books website and go down their list. Read their submission guidelines closely. Go read the pieces that are on their websites. And usually from that, you can get a sense of whether someone's going to hear your work. Definitely. Like, just go read them. Go read them. But that CBC Books list of literary journals is a very good one. It's very complete and they keep it updated and stuff. Yeah, I'd start there.
I mean, I could be sarcastic and say that the easiest one to publish in is the one that you publish. But all the others, like, read them and see if you fit. If you see in the pages work that looks like yours or sounds familiar or it feels resonant, those are the places to apply. And ask your friends, where are they publishing? Where do they see their work? And see it as a conversation. I want to talk to these people.
Jana, do you want to answer that question before we move on?
I think those were two excellent answers, and
Wonderful. So we have a
from the
question from
Canadian scene. I don't think I should venture in.
So we have a question from online. This question is from Allison. What practical tips would you give a writer who is seeking an editorial position with little relevant experience? What would be the best way to prepare?
That was me. I had little relevant experience except for doing a couple of writing degrees. But I started reading at a literary journal at the same time that I started taking writing seriously. It is I feel a little weird saying this, but it has a lot to do with you being around and you doing work in concert with others. And then if something comes up, your name comes up in people's heads. Like, it does kind of snowball like that. Be in the community, sort of be part of the writing community, and start understanding like the service work that can go alongside writing as something that could yield something that gives you a bit of scratch here and there. It's a hard one. It's a kind of a weird crapshoot in a way, but
Yeah, it's not necessarily about the experience. It's go to events, be present, introduce yourself. Don't work the crowd, but just be like, be there and listen, and when volunteer and do the work that nobody else wants done or wants to do, to find a way into the conversation, and just be around, come and go to everything.
Jana, any advice?
Yeah, I think both of those answers are very, very true. I think being socially involved and connected for me was very important in initially getting my position at the New York Review. I would also say that while you are trying to sort of become a member of the community, if you're able to also publish in some form, be it very short reviews, there are, I think there have always been magazines that publish very short capsule reviews that are even anonymous, things like that, that you can do so that you do have something on your resume. I mean, my resume when I started at the Review was, I also had no experience as an editorial assistant, but I had quite a few clips of my own. So it was clear that I was someone who was alive to that world and was interested in that world, and also had not relevant knowledge, at least, of what was being published, of the literary scene and so on. So to the degree that you're able, I think, even if you are not getting a job immediately, if you're able to set aside some time and build up some clips, that can be very helpful.
and the thing that's so hard about it too is that what that translates into is you have to start by doing free work sometimes. Like that I've got really kind of mixed feelings about that one. Like in certain ways, I do feel like there's a tradition of volunteerism when it comes to being in the literary world that is a very useful mentorship while also potentially being exploitative. Like it's a hard thing to negotiate. But it does kind of start that way for a lot of people. And that's like I bring up a point that is completely debatable. We could like all talk about this for a while together and should.
Other questions?
I have three related questions about long poems and I don't like longer projects. I was curious about Jana, when you were talking about the kinds of accretions that constitute your long poems. I wanted to ask like what line you are following in these accretions, or kind of what's drawing you back to these long poems. I also wanted to ask Laurie what you think makes a long poem live, or what you look for when you're writing, or even when you're reading for Brick. And I wanted to ask Derek how you sustain conversations over a book length project, or even over like a number of book length projects.
Jana, did you want to start us off?
Sure. Is the question sort of how I sustain my own interest in a very long poem that I'm only able to get to in short spurts, or
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that I know. It's a kind of mysterious process, and I think it also importantly, I've been working on this same manuscript for now maybe a year and a half. And I think it's changed. The thing that pulls me back has changed over that period of time. I'll be reading one of these short poems later on, one of these long poems in the reading section of the day. And they're all very, what we call voice driven. They're all from the perspective of one character in King Lear. And this began with a kind of obsession that I had with the play and what it was doing formally and the characters in it. And I mean, I like reread it. I watched many different versions, many different productions of it. And I think ultimately it's just this sense that there's like I can hear a tone in the back of my head that doesn't have any words to it yet. And I'm trying to find the right words to match the tone or the feeling or the attitude of this character as I imagine her. And as I said, I've written a number of these monologues so far, and the tone of voice itself changes. What pulls me back changes, but in some way it's like a long sustained dialogue with a voice that doesn't exist yet, that I'm trying to bring into being. And so it's like this excitement of how can I possibly represent this thing that doesn't actually exist, that comes out of a fictional play that is itself the result of an old English myth. So it's questions like that. It's questions of like, what would a voice that doesn't exist yet say to you and sound true, and yet also entirely new? If that answers the question.
Thank you. Laurie, the next question is for you.
Yes, and I believe you were asking what makes a long poem live. One thing that could help a long poem live are its leaps. The metaphorical leaps it makes, the leaps in register and subject, the way the overall movements of the words forming into lines seem to me to be orchestrated in a really when a long poem for me is working well, I can see where the big movements are happening and why it's important to move there now. So it's that kind of, it's In fact, what I'm saying is the stuff that's not the words, the in-between parts feel to me really crucial. It's a directing that is not at all visible, it's like in certain weird ways, but the energy of how things proceed is key.
And the question for me was how I sustain a book-length project. That to me is about the questions that I'm asking of myself and of the project. I try to like, what if I do this? And what if I do this? And ideally, the answers to each time I ask that is generative enough that it pushes me into a spot that I didn't expect. And eventually, I end up with a large, exploration of those what if questions, and then editing it back down into something that actually shows the highlights of the moves. It took a long time to play this chess game, but these were the moves that really mattered. This one, this one, this one, this one. That's what got me to that. And I rarely start a book with that kind of like, I know what the answer is going to be. I want to write to this point. It's the opposite. I don't know where this book is going to take me, but I'm going to explore this for a while. And then once I've been asking myself and the text those questions for a while, whatever the question might be, then I can start looking back and going, okay, where did I actually learn? Where were the things that's like, that was the moment that I wanted to see, and then craft that into a book instead of just into a, into a processual exploration, which tends to be a little bit more what I'm doing, is that I'm exploring the process of what it means for me to write. The books are evidence of the thinking.
Other questions? We have one in the back here.
Hi. So I was wondering, you talked before about writing about what's interesting to you and following your nose and following your own interest. And I was wondering, when you make writing your career, to what extent do you need to compromise on that and write what is publishable and what people want to read? And because, of course, writing what you're interested in is also important to what was mentioned before about stamina, maintaining the energy to keep going in your work. But on the other hand, sometimes you can't keep going if you're writing something that, for example, publishers don't see as profitable. So yeah, how do you balance that, your own interest and sort of what's essentially commercially viable, I suppose?
Okay. I would discourage you from writing what you think will sell and encourage you to write what you want to write. And whether or not a publisher picks that up or whether or not it sells is secondary to the exploration that you need to do. That if you're trying to predict a market or if you're trying to get struck by lightning, it's not going to work. And Canadian publishing, particularly in poetry, is essentially nonprofit. The financial returns are minimal, so don't write for that. Write what you want to write, what you believe you need to write. And, we're taught to write what you know. No, write what you don't know. Write into the topics that you wish you knew more about. And ideally, that will result in book publication. But very few manuscripts are published, and it can be a long road. So don't stop writing just because you don't think it will sell. First of all, you don't know what will sell, because in some cases, if you are writing the book you wish someone else would write, the book that you wish you could find, you're not going to be the only one that wishes they could find that book. So write for that person. And the sales, the economics can't be the motivator. I don't think anyone walks into a bookstore to think and looks around the shelves thinking which book sells the most. you look and like, which book connects with me? So write the book that you wish you could write, and the rest will come.
Jana, did you have words of wisdom?
No. Never. But I think that's entirely true. I think one would be in real trouble if they approached literary publication. I mean, even the publication of a novel, not just poetry, expecting to sort of satisfy the market or make money. But I would say that there is a kind of distinction you could make. I don't think that you should expect to make a penny from this particular calling, but I do think that there is an important element to imagining the reader while you're writing. And I guess that connects to what Derek said about writing the book that you wish existed. But I think there is like the imagining of your reader can have a real meaningful, formal element in your own process as a writer. I often find that I'm just writing to explore whatever voice I'm hearing in my head. But at a certain point, there is a more sort of skeptical side of my brain that takes over. And I feel like that is where I'm trying to imagine a stranger reading, whatever I've just jotted down, and that listening from a stranger's point of view, from another reader's point of view, is crucial. And part of that is anticipating like the totally uncaring, unloving attention that a reader in a bookstore might bestow on a random book that they pluck off the shelf. There has to be, even if you're not writing for money, there has to be something in what you're writing that has some kind of, that creates a connection with a reader. And I hesitate to use the word currency, and certainly I don't mean relevance, but we all inhabit the same planet. We're all exposed to the same headlines every day. So there's this very vast sort of reservoir of shared concerns that we all have as readers. And I think even if you're not writing, the year's blockbuster novel, or, the new script for a next Netflix series, you have to be aware of the way that people today are reading even totally avant-garde lyric poetry. There has to be a sense of connection somewhere in the work you're doing. And as I say, that has nothing to do with money or market, but I think that while the exploration of the writing can be totally solitary, there is an important sense in which it is also entirely connected to someone outside you.
I like that idea a lot. The thing in my head is first much the same as what Derek and Jana were saying. There's no marketing person at the other end of a poetry press saying we're looking for this type of work specifically. Certain publishers will have editorial preferences, but I think mostly what the concentration is with poetry is on craft and making the work do the thing that it does as brilliantly as it possibly can. But the idea of thinking of a reader is a useful thing, and thinking of yourself as a writer in a community of readers as well is very useful. As poets, our readers are often other poets as well. So you're kind of writing within that. And that's, I think, as well, could be a generative thing to think about, to write with the people that are also writing with you. I mean, you're in kind of a ready-made community right now doing that, and there are difficulties to that always, and it can be really, really helpful, but it's in the awareness of doing it together, doing that work in concert can be also really helpful. And ideally, it should not be a thing that makes you think like you have to change.
Other questions?
Hi, how do you make the difference between someone who is a poet and someone who's not? Like if you can go to someone and tell him you're not a poet because of this and that.
You mean like others saying this of you? Or
Obviously, you were
you
like
understand-
read by poets, like poets reading each other's.
Mm.
But how can you know if someone is a poet or not?
When I was first figuring out writing in my 20s, I would routinely have people saying to me, "That's not a poem. What you're doing is not a poem." And that's when I knew I was onto something.
Exactly the same. So many of the poems I write, the critique or the response is not, is it a good poem or a bad poem? It's, is it a poem at all? And I've gotten to the point now where if I don't know how to answer that question, then that's what I want to write. The stuff that keeps asking to myself, is this a poem? Does this count? And if somebody comes along and says you're not a poet, then, you know, ignore them and continue doing what you're doing. Yeah, that probably means that you are. So way to go.
Jana?
I'm not sure I can answer that question at all. I would only expand on these two good answers by agreeing and saying that I think the only times that I feel like I'm on the right track when I'm writing something is when I feel as much as possible that I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if it's not that I don't know whether it's formally working or not, but like if I need to feel that I'm like far enough away from certain conventions, even of lyric poetry, which is the genre I'm working in, to feel that what I'm doing has any real value or meaning. So I feel like categories of like who can say who categories are not helpful.
We have another question over here.
Hi, I know you all mentioned that it can be difficult to find time for reading, but I'd like to ask a little bit about reading. What writer do you feel like, in your opinion, is an essential read for other writers?
We have forced one of you guys to start.
Just one.
It doesn't have to be just one, maybe.
William Shakespeare.
Dion Brand.
Probably one of the weirdest novels I've ever read is Moby Dick. So I'd go with Herman Melville. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay, next question.
Yes, my question is concerning recent technological breakthroughs. There's some programs, AI art generators, that you just enter a text prompt and it will illustrate something for you or animate it. I want to know if any of you have tried just copy pasting your poetry and see what would be illustrated that way. Do you have any intentions on using that technology at some point just for experimentation?
I have not I've not plugged my own stuff into any generator yet. I could see myself certainly doing that someday. I've I've been seeing cases, we're seeing cases now of writers who are, Sean Michael's latest novel, experimenting with including AI within the confines of a literary work. Sheila Heti's doing that right now. There's a third one, I can't remember. Like I find it kind of interesting, the notions of kind of handing over. As someone who works with found poetry, that doesn't strike me as terribly different from working in found poetry personally.
I have. I post all of my work online, and I have been working with a collaborator who often takes my visual poetry, puts it through a bunch of AI and image generating software, and has ended up creating these weird landscapes of ruined buildings, you know, like looking at like buildings that have been grown over by a jungle or that kind of thing, where the buildings themselves are shaped like my visual poems. And every time he does that, I'm surprised. It casts the work in a way I didn't expect. It gives me prompts for like, oh, okay, so now I can think of it in this way. And it's so far it's only opened doors. I think it still needs to be used responsibly, but it's a tool. And like any tool, how you use that tool, I mean, a hammer can, you know, help you assemble a house, or you can hit someone with it. Like how you use these tools is the important part. And so far, in my own practice, I've only seen generative possibilities, but let's see what happens next.
Jana?
I don't really have an answer to that. I have not explored it. I know that some friends of mine who are writers have done, and are just out of a sense of play and like, what is going on here? How does this work? Have done so. But I kind of suspect that whatever is like the prose that is generated by AI, although you'd asked about illustration, right? Images. But I feel like the prose that it generates is going to date very quickly. I think it'll be in 30, 40 years, it'll be very clear that whatever was generated by AI right now is very much a product of this moment. And it'll sound kind of funny, I think, but we'll see.
Other questions?
Hey, how much is research a part of your work, and how do you integrate that with your process when writing time is so precious?
Jana, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, it's a challenge. As I said, the manuscript I'm working on now has involved more research than my previous books, partly just because I'm so fascinated by this subject that I keep, like, one book leads to another, a footnote in one book sends me to 5 new books, and I can't stop. And I feel like the main thing there is that I have to be kind of disciplined at a certain point. I have to cut myself off. I have to close the book or agree that, tell myself I'm only going to skim this one, or I'm only going to read half of it, because the focus has to be the writing. That's the reason I'm doing all this in the first place. So I feel like I have to kind of be hard on myself in that respect, because I'm a huge procrastinator, and I think I would be happiest just reading a sort of bottomless pile of books and would never get to a blank page if I could help it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me three. I do a lot of research for the things I write, and I've come to really widen my understanding of what research is. It doesn't just involve reading books, and it doesn't involve reading things sequentially or in any sustained way. I was talking earlier about following your nose, and I'm much the same with the research process. I'll put things down and flit off to something else, or I'll be outside staring at moss, or I'll be like rummaging through like old boxes of stuff I wrote, or like it really becomes sky's the limit. And I'm trying and getting, I think, a little bit better at understanding when I've reached the point where now the pen goes on the paper, I'm really trying to be aware of the end of it, because I could do that too. I could just kind of wander around, sticking my nose into books and doing all this away mission type stuff indefinitely, but it does have to lead to something. So it's that kind of, there's a negotiation going on there all the time too.
Other questions? I have one in the back here.
Do you ever find yourself working on several projects at the same time? And what are the drawbacks or benefits of that?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Right now I've got this weird situation where I'm writing kind of some prosy stuff right now, and I'll write a length of text and realize that part belongs here and that part belongs here and that part belongs here. I'm writing in what I think is one long uninterrupted stretch of singularness, and then it's absolutely not. It's at a stage right now where I don't know if that's how it ends. I don't know if that's what I'm actually doing, or if that's just the way I'm apportioning things right now. But there is a variousness to what I'm doing at the moment that is forces me to prioritize, which I don't know if that's the right impulse or not, but I feel urgencies in a certain direction, and so I'm turning my attention to those, with the other ones kind of there at the same time. I don't know, I don't have a proper answer, but I very much feel that multiplicity.
I agree. I usually have 2 or 3 books on the go at any given time, manuscripts on the go, and a lot of it ends up being about sorting. It's like, this actually best belongs over here, that belongs over there. But also, ideally, they fuel each other. That the thinking on one makes me think like, oh, right, that I can engage with over here with this mode of thinking. Ideally, they all support each other and they don't stand in competition. But, sometimes they do, in which case, you got to listen to that kid for a while and let the other ones, play on their own.
Jana?
Yeah, not so much lately, just because my time feels more limited in recent years because I've had a kid and my job has grown more demanding. So I've just been focusing on the time that I have just on this one manuscript. But before my son was born, I was often working on a review essay while very, very slowly drafting new poems. And I always found that was a satisfying combination of things, because the essays impose a kind of predictable limit to the way you're able to think about something. You have to do some research, you have to sort of attend to a movie or a photography show or something and think about it in a way that will lead to a coherent piece of prose that sort of fits in with the house style of a given magazine. And that was all very satisfying. And it was also satisfying in a, like, this will, within the next few months, probably reach publication and people will probably read it and respond to me, and that'll all be very nice. And at the same time, I was working on poems that I had no sense of immediate publication for. It was a form of play that was much more detached from any conventions. And those two things, I think, were held in a nice balance. Like I didn't feel terribly impatient to see the poems published because I was once in a while publishing essays. And at the same time, I didn't feel terribly frustrated by, you know, the way you have to make your voice sound in a review essay in a national publication, because I was actually secretly working away in my little cupboard on something much weirder. So I found that a very satisfying balance.
I think we can do one more question. Pressure.
I'm curious about how you handle like structure and planning. I had a first book a couple years ago that was very much just assembled poems over, you know, like early 20s and then like hammered it into shape and structure to be a book. And the project that I'm working on now, I've been like it feeling like it needs more like pre-structure to build out from, but it's kind of like swaying between the structure and the kind of like free just getting meat to work with, you know. I don't know. I'm curious if you have thoughts on these approaches or like tools that you use for like moving between the kind of like structure and planning side of a longer project and just the kind of freer, like putting stuff out there and then beating it into shape after the fact.
Jana, do you want to start us off?
I think for me, in every case, it always grows out of a pretty messy period of generating poems for sometimes a very long period of time. My first book, I really worked on for 15 years or more. And I think at a certain point, the individual poems, if you write enough and you sit with them long enough, ideally you start to feel them talking to each other and you start to feel like they want to be together in some more formal order. And once you put them into an order, at least I found most of the time, you begin to see certain kinds of gaps where actually you're almost incited to write a new poem that fills something in or responds to some contrast that's there already in the poems that you've written. And for me, it always happened organically in this way that and it, as I said, it could take quite a long time. But there's something about reaching a critical mass of poems that that just sort of gravity pulls them together. And I always found that I have found so far anyway that the work of finally structuring them into a sequence, figuring out, you know, what belongs, what doesn't, is much more pleasant than the work of writing them initially. In the same way that, you know, I find revising much more pleasant than initial drafting of poems, because that's the scariest part. So I don't know how helpful that is. I feel like you simply have to keep writing the poems until they start kind of making demands on you to put them together.
You got a thumbs up, Jana. I would concur with what she says. I'm quite the same. It's a process of listening, I think, to what's there, definitely. I have at times made plans for how a work is going to proceed and immediately dodge the other way. It's just kind of the way I tend to aim myself when it comes to creating a structure. I want to sneak out the back door all the time. So sometimes I'll make a plan even knowing that that's not what's that I'm going to end up doing something else, but there's something useful about understanding it in one way and then going off in another direction. But it's really there. I have no allegiance to a blueprint. No, I try not to let that guide me as much as possible.
The structure I do create when I write is when I open up a Word document, I change the size of the page to roughly the size of the page as I imagine it as a printed book. So the title I just published is Surface Tension. It's 5.5 inches square. So the Word doc was 5.5 inches square, and I adjusted the margins and then literally start doing things like the first page is the title page. It has the title on it. Second page is the half title and like acknowledgements and dedications. And at the back, there's, you know, all the various things that the front matter and back matter of a book. So I can then, once I start putting poems in and change the view from one page to multiple pages, it's the same thing as digitally, like printing off of your book and pasting them up all against the wall so you can see what happens in what order. And that way I can start to see, is this in dialogue with that poem? These are going to be facing what's actually, you know, where are the holes? What's happening here? And so often when we write, we're writing on an 8.5 by 11 page, even on a computer, but books are not printed that way. So thinking about the geography of the page, how much space do you have? How is the white space actually going to work? What kind of typefaces, you know, what kind of size? That gives me a structure for the visual imagination to start seeing the book in a different way. What I put into those holes is another matter, but that's the structure I create and then start, and that can change. I might be like, you know, the 5.5 it's too tight. It's going to have to be bigger or smaller or whatever. But that helps me start to think about, where does this thing need to occur? Dead center, down the corner? How are the margins going to work? Where do the words need to be in what kind of dialogue with each other? That's the structure I create. And it allows me just enough to have a lot less structure in the actual writing. Yeah.
So that just about wraps up our panel. Thank you so much for all the insight. Please. Thank you so much. I'm sure we all learned a lot. I can say for myself, that was great, gave me hope. I'm going to marry rich, and I can't wait. So today is actually a full day event. We're now going to be moving in from 1 to 2:30. We're going to be hearing from members of the masthead of Concordia's Graduate Literary Journal Headlight. So we're going to hear some members read. There will also be some snacks that will be served. And then from 3 to 5, we're going to be hearing readings from Laurie, Derek, and Jana. And Library Drawn and Quarterly will also be joining us if you would like to buy a copy of their book and get it signed by Derek and Laurie. And Jana, you can like pretend over the screen. I don't know. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us for the panel, and we'll be hearing from Headlight shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you to Annie and our wonderful guests from Writers Read. As Annie mentioned, we're just going to be moving right into our next event, which are our wonderful readings with Headlight. So stay tuned. We're here all day. Thanks, everyone.
Are we good? Jax, you're all right? Cool. Okay. All right, everyone, welcome back to Concordia's fourth space. The next part of the Writer's Read presents Day. This part is reading by Headline Anthology. I'm going to pass it right over to Misha Solomon, Alex Afonso from Headline Anthology. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks so much. Thank you to Fourth Space for having us, and thank you for Writers Read for organizing this event and for inviting us to be your lunchtime entertainment. My name is Misha Solomon, and I'm the editor-in-chief of Headline Anthology this year, and this is Alex Afonso, our managing editor. So today you're going to hear from 6 of our editors, myself and Alex, as well as our 2 fiction editors and our 2 poetry editors. And we're going to say a little bit about Headlight, each of us, but it's really a chance for the editors to just share their own work. So I will be leading you through the event. I will also be reading first. So I'm going to now awkwardly stand aside while Alex introduces me, and then I will say my piece. So thank you all for being here, and let's get started.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. So we're going to start with Misha, who is a homosexual poet in and of Tiohtià:ke, Montreal. He's the author of 2 chapbooks, Florals, and Full Sentences. And his work has recently appeared or is forthcoming in Best Canadian Poetry 2024, and Change, The Antagonist Review, The Fiddlehead, Grain, The Metalhead Review, and Prison International. So please join me in welcoming Misha.
Oh my God, I'm back. Thank you so much. So just a little bit about Headlight before I start. Headlight is the graduate journal here at Concordia. We publish this year, we'll be publishing fiction, nonfiction, and poetry. I had the pleasure of being published by Headlight last year in my first year of the master's degree, and taking on the reins this year. Last year was a huge amount of work for the 2 managing editors, Carlos Patella and Shireen Alban-Howie, who really revived Headlight from its pandemic state. And Alex and I have been so pleased to take on Headlight this year. We'll have an issue out this spring, launch details to come, so stay tuned for that. Switching hats, whatever article of clothing I'm switching, we are at the school that I'm currently studying at. My thesis is in, waiting for comments. And so I'm going to share with you the first poem from my thesis length project called My Great-Grandfather Danced Ballet. This is a project that is an exploration of, oh God, I can see myself on the screen. I hate that. This is a project that is an exploration of an entirely fictionalized version of my great-grandfather. I don't want to give too much context. The context hopefully will come through this poem. But this poem is called Overture. When did you last feel like this? A man, 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 a man came here and they changed his name. When I was 8 days old, my parents paid a man to cut off a part of my penis while friends and family sipped tea and coffee from my then already dead grandmother's good silver that my parents later sold in one of our downsizing moving sales. And now I'm 8 years deep in a relationship with a man to whom I explain that he can grip more firmly just below the head. He's not going to hurt me. I've already been degloved. Yes, I want to feel safe. No, I don't want an ethno-state. Yes, of course, I want an Eden. The man had his name doubled. Dear Ernest, dear Ruben, 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 dear Ernest. I wet it with my own mouth. I'm sorry I told you about my penis, but I'm going to tell you more, okay? I wish I could have beautiful, elusive words. I wish I wrote something about the sea. I wish I could resist the urge to tell you that the man was my great-grandfather and his name became Herbert Herbert. Most days, life is livable. How exciting to receive the Ocock coupons when we had just been talking about rotisserie chicken. How exciting to buy a dog, a condo, a sweater, a commissioned family portrait, an insurance package, and a new wall-mounted AC unit, a sweater, a bouquet of fresh flowers, a bouquet of fresh flowers, a bouquet of fresh flowers. How exciting to receive a generous rebate from Hydro-Québec for having purchased an energy-friendly AC unit. How exciting to watch the flowers die, knowing that means new flowers. How exciting to still be able to say, tu m'excites tellement. How exciting to ignore the dog's barking during those last few thrusts. How exciting to see a man in the park bend down to tie his shoe. How easy it would be to ruin my life for that man. How easy comes that feeling of standing on a bridge and being sure you're going to jump, even though you don't want to. How easy it would be, and instead of dying, I'd even get to come. I just want to dance in the ballet. Do you remember the Phantom of the Opera original cast recording? That white mask, that red rose. Of course you do. You were probably gay once too. The overture, that's what this is, get it? I'm setting the scene. I used to listen on cassette. My mother took me to see the production in Toronto. Her friend worked with a theater producer who later went to prison for fraud, and so we got great seats, right under where the chandelier swings climactically. I want you to be hearing a pipe organ. I want you to be waiting for a chandelier to fall. Don't read this page. I told you I wish I could be different. Project proposal. My great-grandfather danced ballet is a poetic exploration of queer longing, queer mundanity, and contemporary cultural Judaism. The project has two primary components. One, epistolary, persona, and narrative poems that tell the story of Ernest and Reuben, two homosexual Jewish lovers in pre-Holocaust Romania, and of Ernest's later life in mid-20th century Montreal. Don't read this page. I told you I wish I could be different. And two, prose, lyric, and form poems that explore my homonormative existence in contemporary Montreal, including my relationship to my cultural Judaism, my romantic engagements, and my material comforts. Don't read this page. I told you I wish I could be different. These two components are connected by the fact that Ernest is a heavily fictionalized version of my actual maternal great-grandfather, Herbert, about whom I know very little save for the fact that he danced ballet in Romania before immigrating to Montreal. The two components, don't read this page, I told you I wish I could be different, will intersect in meta-poems that explore my queer longing, my desire to discover that my homosexuality, my queerness, is shared with a member of my family. The project, don't read this page, I told you I wish I could be different, is inspired by other contemporary texts, such as Casey Plett's Little Fish and Lisa Richter's Nautilus and Bone, that also seek to reposition familial or Jewish history in a queer context. Don't read this page, I told you I wish I could be different. And by media such as Bianca Stigter's documentary 3 Minutes a Lengthening and Sebastian Meiss's drama Große Freiheit, Great Freedom, both of which explore, don't read this page, I told you I wish I could be different, mid-century Judaism and/or queerness using new and innovative lenses. This is a story. That is true. Speaking of, I've been listening to the Phantom of the Opera lately, and the Phantom is definitely subtextually gay. Diva worship gone violent, body shaming another man, a toxic queen if I've ever heard one. See how easy this is? How much fun? How facile? How dangerous? Dangerous? Why dangerous? Is it offensive to be accused of being gay? I see how it is. The man, were in love, are in love. I move them across a stage and their love seems so true, I convince myself for a moment that I really do exist. Last week, my mother went to visit my great aunt while she was recuperating from a spinal surgery. My mother mentioned this project to her, and my great aunt mentioned in kind that her father once flew a plane. Most of this project has already been written, however, and so that detail won't figure in here anywhere. We'll go this afternoon. Which color would you like? Grow out your mustache. So did he start this fight or what? I know I'm on the list. I don't get it either. A nectarine, a dog, my dog, a nectarine, my nectarine. Let's shake hands. Let's die together. A seafood buffet, my seafood buffet. A man, the man. Herbert, Herbert. Ernest, Ernest. The men, the sea, the moon, the ocean, the ship, the land, the house, the love, the home, the sea, the. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Constantina. Nope. Next up we have Paz O'Farrell. Didn't remember what I said for the order. Next up we have Paz O'Farrell, who is our fiction editor. Paz is an Argentine writer living in Montreal. Their work has been published by Existere, Headlight Anthology, The Scripps College Journal, In Media Res, The Lamp, and Carrot. They write for Screen Anarchy, usually at a repurposed hospital, thanks to the generosity of Tisri Danuya Theater. They like bullet points and asterisks. Paz.
Hi. Well, yes, I was also published in the last issue of Headlight, and that's what I read last time we had an event like this, where I just announced to everyone that I had an eating disorder. So I think today it's going to be a little bit more fun. So now I'm working with Headlight. I'm the junior reader, fiction editor, which means Ariella has to send more emails, thank God. It's been really fun to help select the fiction pieces. I think everybody who's had a 10-second conversation with me will know that I hold my opinions very dear to my heart. But it's always exciting to do that with people and, you know, the pursuit of creating something greater and fun to read. And someone I respect once said that a good short story has to haunt you. So every story that Ariella and I discussed or ultimately selected, I think has that. So you should get our issue and be haunted. Okay, I'm gonna read you 2 scenes from my little thesis. Was it surrendering to the obsceneness of it that made it so delicious? Was it that he seemed to know that I like to be cornered, pressed down, and able to choose? Was it that he could play that role so confidently, leaving me unable to pity or make fun of a failed attempt at domination? Was it that he let me do it back? People had recoiled from my nails and teeth before. Not him. I was on my elbows, on my back, on my stomach. He was everywhere all the time, again and again. He made me into something feral, pleasantly unrooted in any sort of context, sinking to the earth and compliant to the laws by ways of him tracing the arch of my nose. After 2 a.m., I knew it was most likely the drugs and that they weren't so much in our systems anymore, and that I had missed the subway. I would have to Uber back to an empty apartment, an empty stomach, and an empty fridge. He had fallen asleep. First, I put my clothes on, then off. I made a decision and a cave out of his elbow crease. I took the liberty, which had a melodic quality to it. I will leave a part of me here, I thought. When I need it, it will be here, in these muscles, tattooed. I will stay here. I fell asleep thinking about nothing, nothing. Vero, I thought, do not climb into his lap. He couldn't give me comfort or violence. The real kind, the punishment only God can dish out. Or maybe they were the same, maybe I knew nothing. He gave the driver 5 stars, I saw. He must have seen how often I crossed and uncrossed my legs. There was nothing to lose was the issue. Joan knew. And I knew any sort of affection I had imagined had been imagined. He would have said something otherwise. A pathetic but eventually forgivable, I love her, Joan, try to understand. All he had done was hold her. The stairs we climbed silent, yet talking. I couldn't explain it. Why didn't this mean anything to him? To just know what someone was thinking, what was to come, to share like that. Could he do that with Joan too? Could most people? When he opened the door, I went strange to the couch bed. I sat. I wasn't wet anymore, now I was sad. He kept the lights off and the door unlocked. He knelt in front of me. More of a squat, really. What do you want? He asked. Some power. Or a consolation prize. A reward? My turn. A test. Hit me. This time, I would pay attention. He took that in stride like everything. He slid off my pants, ugly, thermic, and laid his hands on my inner thighs. Skinnier than Jones? I wasn't sure anymore. A sting. Look at me. I had been. At the vein in his bicep, to see if it wanted to come out, land. The how of it. I didn't trust his gaze anymore. Another slap and I had no choice. Eye contact like a leash. Another, and with them came quivering, and knowing for certain. And with them I came too, and tears as well, tears more than anything. I was mourning, I was past it, I was redeemed, I was in the thick of it. I was just noise. Of it against me. I felt red without even seeing the irritation on me. His face the whole time, enjoying. We didn't fuck that night, but as he snored beside me, I thought, I can never see him again. I can never have sex again.
Thank you so much, Paz. So we'll be alternating poetry and prose. Those distinctions are both real and arbitrary. So next up, we do have Constantina. I'm right this time. I have my order now. Constantina Jacopoulos is a poet and student mucking about in Jajage, Montreal. They are finishing their master's in English literature, and you can find their work published in Yoke Literary and the Encore Poetry Project. Constantina.
Can everyone hear me okay if I'm talking like this? Cool. I'm always afraid I'm going to swallow the mic whole, and I'm not trying to go for that today. As Misha so kindly introduced me, I'm Constantina, and I'm working as the poetry reader for Headlight Anthology. I've had the joy of working alongside Julie, our poetry editor, and much of our process of selecting submissions for publication this time around was punctuated with both of us exclaiming how excited we were and still are to share work that moves and that moved us. Headlight, like any good home for poetry, is a space that encourages its readers to wander, to land anywhere between its pages and find a piece that fixes them in place, to stay with it for a little or long while before moving on to the next. Encountering the poem that makes you think, oh, so this is why we do all of this, is a singular and palpable moment. With publication just around the figurative corner, I hope that our readers will find themselves at that very precipice and that the sensation of arrival remains with them long after they have made that first entrance. I'll be reading a few excerpts from a collection that I kind of vaguely wrote in December, and I'm calling it Dear Jack for the time being. Dear Jack, imagine if your father had named you something different and I'd have to accuse you of being someone else. It wouldn't be such a disaster. After all, you make the world every time you turn, and this is enough. But it is unforgiving to love you so still, to love you motionless. Stay where you are. I'll go this time, and we will spend a day apart just so I can tell you all about it. Dear Jack, I regret to inform you that I'm currently everything you are not, living, breathing, debatably a woman. I'm less tortured in and by my sexuality. In a fascinating turn of events, I'm not an alcoholic despite family tradition. I'm alone in the way a child is the day they realize their grandparents aren't as tall as they used to be. Lonely in the way that being an animal necessitates, and this is by no means the prelude to becoming a poet. You have your precursors. I have the promise that one is writing poetry only when they are reluctant to identify it as such. You have your premonitions. I have my ear to the door we're all pressed up against as the same urgent intonations are murmured over and over again. Every memory of us in this house is alight with mournful arias in the language of our mother tongues, and if it's quiet enough, you'll hear it, playing in the background like a radio. They are warm, they are waiting. Living is not the same as lived in, and I want a language that wears me down. Dear Jack, you'll be relieved to know that this is the first time in a long while that I'm not writing about love, something that is incredibly difficult to get away from. Would you believe it? In August, I flared up with the following. I always start on the floor, arrange my legs in a fashion suggesting anything but comfort because once it was easy. My hips are splayed so that our knees won't touch. A regular Saint Sebastian, your arms are crossed over your head and not an arrow is to be found while the ice melts and you ask me if I know a 6-letter word for a lost cause, a needless sacrifice. I keep time in my jaw, the metronome tick twitching and betraying the sort of impatience that asks when this will all come to a head, sort of like a tooth growing still when it shouldn't. And I wonder how to politely tell someone, you turn me on, but sometimes being near you is enough to make my gums bleed. And sometimes I feel better when I picture us arguing, the veneer collapsing finally, and we're not any different in this dream. The disguise was only lying in your bed, and I weep because you calling me kind dissolved my resolution and stitches it back just as fast. We're sat across from one another at summer's end, and with a look that doesn't resemble a grave, you tell me that you don't want to write about love anymore. Neither do I. I called this poem not. I call this poem a lie. You were right. Loneliness is required for pure poetry, but how can we call it by that name when its presence needs permission, that deafening shape bestowed by another? Loneliness obliterates, you praise its spectacular negation, but rarely does it come out from hiding when we are truly alone. It demands an outline to slip into. Loneliness must find and wear a loved one's clothing to start walking through all these empty rooms. The two cannot be conditions of one another, and of course I don't mean to harp on a dead man's words. But what good are we doing by keeping our ghosts so close? Farewells are not my strength, nor yours. I fear this silence, so I create a conversation I can come back to. picking up the spool of what you have left behind as a way out of these yellowed fortunes, believing as if everything is in its place. I'm writing to you because I believe we are more than our disguises. My vocabulary resurrects you again and again before burying you. I run you through with my instrument. I thank you for your trust. Love, Constantina. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Thank you so much, Constantina. Back to our prose team. I'm happy to introduce Ariella Ruby. Ariella is a Jewish writer from Ottawa, currently living in Montreal, where she is a second-year fiction student of the MA Creative Writing program at Concordia University. Her thesis is a Shirk-funded collection of short stories which treat alienation, tragic comedy, and the postmodern coming-of-age experience. She has an honors Bachelor of Arts and Science from McMaster University. She is the senior fiction editor at Headlight Anthology, the social media coordinator at Spoken Web, two-time winner of the Sage Flash Fiction Contest, and runner-up for the 2023 McKean Essay Award. Her stories and poems have been published in Insight, The Melange, and Into Existence magazine. You can often find Ariella on stage, attempting to act and/or sing in theatrical productions. Ariella.
Hi, thank you guys all so much for coming. It's great that you're all here and we're so excited for you to listen to our work, but we're even more excited for the upcoming launch of our issue 25, which we've all been hard at work on, selecting, editing. We're so thrilled for how everything's been coming together. And Paz and I are really excited to share the 4 fiction pieces that will be featured in the issue. So follow us on social media. Keep your eyes peeled for posts about our launch, which will be coming up in the spring. I'm going to be reading an excerpt from a work in progress that is very much a work in progress, but I'm going to try it out here. It's a novella, a dystopian novella called The Day the Books Started Dying Inside. Andrew and I had met 12 months prior. We worked for the Department of Logical Reasoning in the big Ministry of Information office downtown. I know this sounds vaguely Orwellian, but I promise you, the names of government offices and bureaus are just like that, even in Western liberal democracies. I was somehow a human resources coordinator for the Soundness of Argument Task Committee, even though I had majored in English literature in university and knew nothing about humans or their resources beyond what I had absorbed in the heyday of the Great American Office sitcom. Andrew was the IT guy for the task committee. They had brought him in when I was already 12 months deep. They had brought me in 4 months post-graduation and a summer of traveling, soft drugs, bedbug scares, and fucking strange men in hostels. Not to mention road rage, hot dogs, and existential angst upon my return to forsaken suburbia. Utter regression. I had been only 3 weeks post-Europe, moved back in with mom and dad and Patty, and was working the cash at the corner gas station where I used to steal chocolate bars in my middle school klepto phase when I got the interview for an entry-level position at the Ministry of Information as a Soundness of Argument Human Resources Coordinator. In the interview, which was on Zoom, a jovial 56-year-old woman named Barbara, who had a thick red bob and was wearing a hand-knit cardigan but no pants, or so she claimed, sounded off the primary responsibilities of the role. Data entry. Entering the Soundness of Argument reports written up by the Soundness of Argument officers into the Soundness of Argument database. The officers responded to incidents of unsound arguments reported by members of the public. After an incident is first flagged in our anonymous online reporting tool, one of our officers launches a full inquest, beginning with a deconstruction of the argument and a debunking of the following: its faulty structure, false statistics, manipulative language, untrue truth claims, appeals to pathos, or tacky ethos. Since when is being tacky a crime? I interjected. Barbara winked at me. It's always been a crime. I squinted at her stiff red bob through the camera. Then we reconstruct the argument, make it truer, tighter, and better. Truer, tighter, better. I nodded 3 times. People are fucking stupid these days. No one knows how to read or write, and they post and believe anything, as long as it has a pretty graphic or appeals to their budding sense of moral righteousness. This was not, I supposed, a totally unfair assessment of my generation, the way we formed our political beliefs, or the urge we felt to inflict them on others.
We deal mainly with small corporations, independent media agencies, public figures, or so-called social media personalities. Anyone with an argument to make or a message they believe is worth spreading. It's our job to ensure that anyone bold enough to argue publicly, whether for political clout, financial gain, or simply to serve a delusional sense of self-importance, is doing so soundly. We stop the proliferation of bullshit and lies. We protect the public from their own ignorance and naivety. Yeah, I nodded. That sounds super important. Once an argument has been fixed, we issue the responsible party an order to rectify their argument and reissue it publicly. If they cooperate, their monetary fine is limited to a proper remuneration for our time and effort. We provide the quote. If they refuse and insist on retaining their original, unsound argument, their monetary fine is significantly raised. Lying costs money, honey. Barbara winked at me. I felt like I was about to wet myself. Someone banged on the door of my shoebox room. Mom, do you want a bowl of nuts, honey? She bellowed. I'm so sorry, I mouthed to Barbara. Then I muted myself. Mom, I screamed. I'm in an interview, the job interview. Please, 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 please leave me alone. Nuts, she bellowed. No nuts. Patter, patter, silence. She had retreated. Barbara, I began, unmuting myself. Please, continue. She smiled like nothing had happened. Let me ask you a question. This is an interview after all. What do you think happens if the concerned party fails to comply with either of those options? I racked my brain. They go to jail? Barbara laughed, her neck skin wobbling jovially. Suddenly, she was sober. Well, almost. They face immediate legal consequences. We take those losers to court. And good luck to yous, I tell him. Good luck. Anya's our in-house lawyer, a fucking shark if there was one. She's never lost a case and she has amazing hair and sexy boots. Prison is where the party might wind up, depending on the severity of their lie, the unsoundness of their argument. Or they might just find themselves on the side of the highway with a mechanized pogo stick, picking up trash in an orange jumpsuit. It just depends. Right, I said. Makes total sense. So, kid, you interested? I was. Data entry, responding to the occasional email, some coffee runs, keeping your mouth shut when it matters. Oh, and a passion for the truth. That's what we need from you. Can you give it? Yeah. Well, good. Great. If I had to check out one more corn dog and large slushy combo for a teenage boy with a lesion growing on his chin, I was going to off myself. You start next Monday. We need a week to run our background checks and file your paperwork. Thanks? She was about to click off when I screamed, Wait, Barbara! What? What about the human resources stuff? Oh, right, that. You seem very qualified. I had included human resources as one of the bullet points on my CV under campus barista because my boss, Frederico, had tasked me with firing some of my colleagues after the university had slashed our budget. You'll just need to file the occasional grievance, listen to people cry and bitch and give them a form to fill out and then stick it in a folder that you'll never need to open again unless I specifically instruct you otherwise. Great. I started that Monday. Barbara and I were two peas instantly. She was one of the few career bureaucrats I had encountered who openly despised the government cult of paper pushing and paper trails. The kilometers of yellow tape and bushels of stop signs, enough to make a trip to the corner store take double. Infinite police cars lurking in the bushes, hungry to ticket so that they can get back to jerking off. I learned from Sally, a lunchroom regular, that I was hired as a technicality. The old human resources coordinator, Alice Boston, possessed of an actual human resources credentials from the local community college and a really cool name, had quit. The reasons she had cited in her printed resignation letter were rampant negligence, disgusting malpractice, a blatant disregard for human resources best practices, and corruption. But no, Sally insisted, it was the coffee here. Alice really hated those blonde roast Keurig pods, and she made it known. Barbara, who had a BFA design in studio arts, mixed media focus, had sliced the resignation letter up with safety scissors, relaid it as a word poem collage, and mounted it on a piece of tie-dye cardstock, which hung on her wall. I liked doing nothing all day, and Barbara liked it too. It meant there was one less nosy bureaucrat to stand between her and her mission, to protect the truth, decontaminate the minds of the idiotic masses, and make the lives of the smug-faced liars a living hell. She delivered some rousing speeches at our weekly water cooler meetings. Sound bites like, lie if your checkbook's a fat one, or lie if the price is right, were conspicuously absent. I asked Barbara at the end of my first bi-weekly check-in if I was a personality hire. No, and she had laughed, a short and sharp one. Definitely not. Then why? Because, my darling, you are spectacularly unqualified. Don't worry, I lowered my voice. I won't tell HR that you said that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariella. Our next reader is Julie Tregan, with whom I've had the pleasure of having poetry workshops these last 2 years. Julie is a poet from Tiohtià:ke, Montreal, completing her MA in creative writing at Concordia University, and she is the current poetry editor at Headlight Anthology. Julie.
Thank you very much, Misha. So yes, my name is Julie Tregan. I'm the poetry editor of Headlight Anthology issue 25. The poems that we've selected for issue 25 share a common thread. While rooted in everydayness, the poems use language to subvert what we think of as quotidian. Whether they are about indulging in a half decaf cup of coffee, about an intimate moment with a partner, whether they are about driving at night, about watching Britain's Got Talent on YouTube, or about questioning if God can be found in a nightclub. These poems illustrate the precariousness, the unsettledness, the absurdity, and the splendor within our day-to-day lives. I was amazed by the innovative uses of form, the striking images, the playful reversals, the emotional resonance. Each poem singular in its approach and all equally gratifying to read. I'm delighted that we get to share these poems with you in issue 25. I'm going to read a poem of my own, which is called Consider the Dove, a Bird of Prey. I was cast as the dove in a church recital. I am the dove of Christ. 5 years old, I held a paper plate bird. If the dove means salvation, reconsider salvation. Pluck feathers from the gravy. Watch flood waters abate. They birth a cruise ship full of cheeky music. Doves eat debris by the shoreline. I've only ever wanted to try. If we sacrifice the lamb, why not the dove? Coins from doves' beaks don't settle income tax. Our debtor won't forgive. But he'll sit with us, tell stories of heartbreak, his unfaithful wife, how he followed the man she cheated with, beat him with a stepladder behind the scores in LaSalle. Everyone who gets it earns it. Doves fly into wise men's mouths. Say trespass, word of wire fences, serpents in the syllables. I burn jewels for you. A dove nested in my ear. When it cooed too hard, I drank with my brother-in-law at a restaurant on Newman. We did shots, though it wasn't the kind of place people do shots in. He had a new baby. The high pitch, he said. The vibrations fuck with my head. We cut our losses after the kitchen closed, dragged our dreary bodies back to our lives. For pleasure, my mom plays a game she calls Let's Race the Train. When red lights flash and the gates lower, she guns her Subaru's engine. If you die on the tracks, I tell her, I'm not paying for any funeral doves. Lift your eyes to the hills. Birds on a wire mean birds on a wire. Dove-colored light, a kind of toxin. Our intentions didn't take. Tactless as a bird eye, we are who we say we are. At 27, I woke up, my mind void of doves. I washed myself sober, enough perfume for days. I rose-watered my throat. Hunger's a thin salvation, but I'll lord it anyway. Thank you.
Okay, so our final reader, I'm realizing, Annie, that we're not going to fill the time, so so we can vamp a little bit. But for now, unless I think of another plan, our final reader is Alex Afonso. Alex is a Brazilian Canadian writer, editor, and tutor who's currently pursuing an MA in English and creative writing at Concordia. He lives in Jojage, Montreal, completed his undergraduate studies in Kutupuktuk, Halifax, and was born in Rio de Janeiro. You can find his work in Yoke, Fathom, the Dalhousie Gazette, and more. Before I introduce Alex, I'll just say briefly, so Alex and I have taken on the shared responsibilities of leading Headlight this year. When I agreed to be editor-in-chief, I basically said that I just wanted to do the fun things, but which for me just meant being a bit of a court jester, and maybe doing some fundraising stuff and making some editorial decisions. Alex has really held up the logistical, structured part of the work, which he considers to be the fun part, and so I'm so appreciative of working with him. And so give it up for Alex.
Thank you, Misha. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you to Write It Read for having us. So my name is Alex. I became involved with Headlight last year as the nonfiction editor. Had a lot of fun reading and editing those nonfiction pieces. And then this year I became the managing editor. So that means basically twice the work and half the fun. But it's been a lot of fun this year as well. And we're excited to share with you the stories and the poems that we have when we do our launch. So for today, I'm going to read from my thesis project. It's a bit different from what we have been seeing so far. It's a fantasy novel that plays with colonialism. And I'm just going to be reading the first half of the prologue. So here we go. It's gonna get dark soon, Omio said, in Irish, after blowing out smoke rings. I can tell, said Ohieza in the same language, barely glancing at Omio as they marched down the dirt road side by side, beneath the abating heat of the setting sun and ahead of the convoy, the dense sugarberry forest closing in on both sides. Don't you think you've smoked enough? No, Mom, I don't think so. If you were my son, Ohieza said, holding the hilt of her Makwa hilto, I'll whack your ass with this before I let you smoke that poison. And I wouldn't let you ruin your hair in ears like that either. She pointed at Omio's dreadlocks, dotted with dozens of jadeite beads, and at the golden rings stretching his earlobes. If I were your son, I wouldn't be alive. Ohieza glared at him, but after a deep breath, her wrinkled face softened. No, she said calmly. My son died precisely because he wasn't you. He was responsible, dedicated, brave. He sacrificed his life for the well-being of our country. That's something you will never understand. Omio fell silent, but continued smoking from his snake-shaped pipe. Dago followed close behind, listening to their conversation. He could understand most of it, having learned Orange in the culture exchange school he had been forced to attend, along with other Stallonians his age. Just another tragedy of the Treaty of Bridgetown, his father would say. But Dago disagreed. Were it not for what the Orange had taught him, he wouldn't have known that the stars are distant suns, and that we are the ones who spin around our sun, instead of it being carried across the sky by a celestial centaur. He wouldn't have known that his brain was the center of his being, that sickness came from tiny, invisible creatures that infiltrate the body, that everything was made up of smaller things. And he wouldn't have been able to become a musketeer if he hadn't had a decent understanding of mechanics, alchemy, ethics, anatomy, and, of course, of the Orange language. Father could never have taught me all that, Dago thought, staring distractedly at the burgundy berries hanging on the rows of trees to his right. The only lessons he remembered from his old man involved either an axe, a hoe, or a scythe, sometimes a knife. It had been over 5 years since Dago last saw his father. The few memories he had of the man who was rarely there, the man who lived on the road, were slowly fading, losing detail with each passing day. The old man's stern face was becoming a blur in his mind's eye, his voice a whisper. Something he remembered surprisingly well, however, was the constant smell of beer stuck on his father's blonde beard, and, of course, the last conversation they had, the one in which he called Dago a traitor to his kin for joining the enemy, then banned him from his home. Dago shook his head, trying to get rid of the memory. I'm not a traitor. Unlike his father, Dago believed he could make a bigger difference joining the Orange rather than fighting them. By joining them, he could slowly help improve relations between the two people, while fighting them would only lead to more fights. His father would point out that the Orange started the fight the day they crossed the ocean and landed on Stallonian shores, but Dago didn't think revenge was the answer. Besides, He believed the explanation that the Orange conquest was made necessary due to overpopulation and resource scarcity, a sentence that was ingrained in his mind after writing it in several essays and exams. He believed that the Orange had tried to negotiate a trade agreement first. Why wouldn't they? And it wasn't hard to believe that none of the messengers they sent to Stalin returned. Could have been a storm, or pirate, or even a knight threatened by the alien newcomers. The Council of the Elders was left with no choice. But now Dago had a choice. I'm not a traitor. Hoping to distract his mind from unwanted thoughts, he looked around at the two cycling carts, one loaded with the giant granite heads and the other with supplies, flanked by a dozen musketeers on each side. They were marching down Berry Road at a steady pace. If Ohieza was right, they would arrive at Berryfield the next morning, and their long journey would finally be over. They would deliver the head and be free to rest. After spending about a month on the road, Dago couldn't wait to sleep in a real bed with a belly full of beer. His legs were getting tired, his musket growing heavier, but still they marched on. He wondered whether any of the other musketeers were as exhausted as him. None of them were showing it, at least. As his eyes surveyed the party, they fell on Citlali, their appointed record keeper. She's not wearing her helmet again, Dago noticed, worried that Omio would see and give her another long, unnecessary lecture about safety rules, loud enough for everyone to hear. It wasn't that she didn't know what the rules were. She simply didn't think it should apply to her as record keeper. Her job, she liked to remind everyone, was to keep a record of their journey. The other 24 musketeers were the ones who should worry about safety, according to her. Dago secretly disagreed. He was a firm adherent of the better safe than sorry philosophy. But in this abnormal heat, he couldn't blame her for not wanting to wear a metal helmet. Alicia Gamison was tied up all the way to her neck this time, he noticed, and her musket was at arm's length, instead of lost amongst the supplies. Citlali was sitting at the back of the cart with a colossal head, holding a yellow quill over her leather-bound journal while looking up at the sugarberry leaves in concentration. She's probably thinking of a poetic way to describe this boring day, Dago thought, knowing her tendency to turn another mundane march down the same dirt road into a wonderful adventure through a majestic landscape. Omio once said that her superfluous details are nothing more than a waste of time and paper, the day he tried to appoint another record keeper. Ohieza's reply was perfect. She recommended to him a book of poetry written by a famous Orange author Dago didn't know. His least favorite class in the Orange school was literature. At one point, a year or two before he graduated, he made an effort to learn about all the major Orange poets just to have something to talk about with Citlali. Now he could barely recall their names. He remembered that they loved to write about nature, about clouds and marigolds, for instance, or quetzals and the wind, but that was it. At the time, however, he had known enough to have some memorable conversations with her. Then, one day, she asked him about Stallonian literature, and he didn't know what to say. He always had a hard time concentrating on the tales his parents told him when he was younger. They never made any sense, never seemed realistic or even probable in any way. They made him feel frustrated at first. Then he stopped caring. All he knew was that they usually involved a princess and a knight, sometimes a dragon or three. As Citlali glanced to her left, scratching her short black hair, her eyes met his. Dago looked away. Following close behind her, in line with the other musketeers, Nashoba gazed at her with a smile. Dago knew the big man had similar feelings towards her, but, like him, he hadn't worked up the courage yet to let her know. The three of them first met in the culture exchange school, but it was in the Musketeer Academy that they became close friends. Dago, however, felt left out at times. Not only was he still a bit slow to understand Orange, having to translate the words to Stallonian in his head and rearrange the sentences into a familiar structure, but he also didn't get some of the references, making it difficult for him to follow the pace of their enthusiastic conversations. And even if he somehow managed to speak like a native Orange speaker one day, his light skin and blonde hair would still betray his status as an outsider. No amount of sunlight could ever make him look like Citlali, whose copper skin was lighter than usual for her kin, let alone like Nashoba. In fact, Nashoba was Dago's opposite in many ways. Dago didn't understand how someone could have such an easy time starting conversations. The big man was always talking, always laughing and joking and making exaggerated gestures. Everyone laughed at his jests, even the terrible ones. Just his presence was enough to make Citlali's smiles grow bigger and glow brighter. And, of course, he was much taller and stronger than anyone else in the academy, especially Dago. She would rather be with him than me, he thought. Thank you.
Okay, so that's our show. The best way to keep up with Headlight Anthology is on Instagram at Headlight Anthology. Our social media editor, who could not be here today, Dimana Radova, has a really unique and specific POV on our social media, on our Instagram. It is a work of art in and of itself, and it is worth your time. That's also where we'll be announcing updates about the new issue and the launch. Now, because this has taken less time than I thought, and because I'm the MC, I'm going to do something indulgent and read one final piece, which is the final poem in my project and bookends the overture that you heard earlier. This is the one time when Reuben, the entirely fictionalized lover of my fictionalized great-grandfather, speaks in the work. Reuben's turn. I'm back, I never left. I live in the space between your thoughts. I'm overcomplicating things. I'm just not real. I serve a purpose. I'm a symbol. I'm realer than you. You are just one person. I am a sketch of a person. I am countless people who did and didn't live and die. But if they lived, they surely died. You, dear reader, you are an associate God. You force me into life, then you pity my existence. I don't believe in you. I choose to live beyond these pages. I decide that I survived. I decide that I'm eternal. I say that you are dead. I say that you were never born. I say that you're a fiction. I rub my hands along my slightly sweaty skin. I tilt my head to sniff under my arms. I feel so alive. When did you last feel like this? Thank you. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so, so much, Headlight. That was delicious and the best part of the lunch. Sorry. Anyway, we're going to be coming back at 3 p.m. to hear readings from Laurie Graham, Derek Beaulieu, and Jana Prikryl. We will also have Library Drawn and Quarterly here to sell some of their books. You are welcome to stay until 3. I'm not upset if you don't. We have tons of food left, so if you'd like to have some, feel free. But yeah, thank you so much, Headlight. Thank you.
Testing captions. There we go. Hello, testing. Um, Test. Test. Okay. Test. I'm just saying a complete sentence. Test. Okay, everyone, welcome back to the final part of To Writers Read Presents. And this time we have readings from Laurie Graham, Derek Beaulieu, and Jana Prikryl. To introduce this part of the event, I'll pass the mic over to the Writers Read assistant, Annie Skurzak. Annie.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. This morning, we had a really great professional panel with Derek, Laurie, and Jana, and that was followed by a reading from Headlight Anthology, the graduate literary journal. And now I'm really excited to have a reading by Jana, Derek, and Laurie of their own personal work. Seeing as there are a few new faces in the audience, I am going to do a little introduction for each of them once again. Each of them are going to read for about 15 minutes, and then there will be the opportunity to ask some questions if you have any. All right, so Jana Prikryl is a Canadian-American poet born in the former Czechoslovakia. She earned her BA from the University of Toronto and later an MA in cultural criticism from the New York University. She is currently the executive editor of the New York Review of Books. Jana has been described by James Wood as having, quote, one of the most original voices of her generation. Jana's work has been featured in magazines such as The New Yorker, The Paris Review, The London Review of Books, The Nation, and The Baffler. Her writing has been described as, quote, nimble, even acrobatic, cutting but never slashing, always clever but never merely so. Her most recent collection, Midwood, explores love, sex, motherhood, and marriage, quote, plainly but urgently, and has been described as making it clear, quote, clear and unmistakable the increasing singularity of her artistry. Prikryl is the recipient of a Guggenheim Fellowship, a Radcliffe Fellowship, and is the winner of the Award of Literature from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. Laurie Graham is a writer, an editor, and the current publisher of Brick Magazine, an international literary journal published twice a year out of Toronto that has featured writers such as Anne Carson, John Berger, Ocean Vuong, Leanne Bedosamake Simpson, and Dion Brand. Laurie often works with the long poem, the lyric poem, and the found poem. Laurie's first book, Rove, attempts to articulate the meaning of home as a descendant of prairie homesteaders. Rove was nominated for the Gerald Lampert Memorial Award for Best First Book of Poetry in Canada. Laurie's second book, Settler Education, addresses the various ways that the oppression of Indigenous people by settler society reverberates in the present tense, and it was nominated for Ontario's Trillium Award for Poetry. Her third and most recent book, Fast Commute, discusses the existential costs of unfettered resource extraction and was also nominated for the Trillium Award for Poetry in 2023, with the jury claiming that it is a, quote, urgent lament for all we are losing. And Derek Beaulieu is the author of 26 books of poetry, conceptual fiction, and critical writing, as well as over 200 chapbooks and 6 edited volumes. His work is consistently praised as some of the most radical and challenging in contemporary Canadian writing. Beaulieu holds a PhD in creative writing from the UK's Roehampton University and has been recognized with 9 teaching awards locally, provincially, and nationally for his contributions to university-level education. He is currently the Banff Centre for Arts and Creativity's Director of Literary Arts, was Calgary's Poet Laureate from 2014 to 2016, and has been Banff's Poet Laureate since 2022. In 2022, Beaulieu received the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal, which stated that, quote, Derek Beaulieu not only constitutes one of the most innovative of all authors in Canada, but he has committed himself to service on behalf of others, providing leadership in the arts throughout his career and promoting the poetic merits of Canada to audiences around the world. First, we're going to hear from Jana, then Laurie, and then Derek. Jana, it's all you.
Thank you, Annie, and thank you all for having me. It's been a really great experience to meet you, Laurie and Derek, through this, however remotely. I'm going to start by reading my newest published poem, which is one of these long things that I've talked about earlier. It's one of a series of dramatic monologues that circle around King Lear, and they're all sort of ambiguously spoken by Cordelia. This one, in this one, Cordelia, or someone like her, is returning with her husband France across the English Channel back to England to fight her 2 sisters and try to get the kingdom back for her father. Although parts of this are happening in the early 1990s. It's called Calais to Dover. The waves today, great polyhedrons. Through abstractions, the ship makes its way. Here on deck, the entire scene is metal and painted gray on top of the metal's gray. Word clad keeps bobbing up, coinage of the 30s. Cladding means the special bond between 2 forms that one may dominate. A thing like that is strong until it's brittle. I didn't want to sit inside, depressing, to populate the bar that serves Cold War cocktails, the samizdat, Mauerfall, desirable refugee. The smoking section defies basic mental function, but still, nobody keeps you from non-smoking. Down the way, some suits lock eyes to cross-channel solidarity, which, in certain anonymous styles, Eurovision, will linger for one generation. The carpet is an atrocity already inviting nostalgia. We survived this too. The hits were terrible. The feelings concentrated in the lounge, that strangers to their senses have returned. We're drifting to safe harbor. Desirable worldview. And then out here, the only way to cope with the fresh air is going fetal on a yoga mat. I'm aware of whispers among the crew. The rucksack, which was Regan's, produces a lee that's almost worse than nothing. You do expect some sheltering effect. Speaking English but wanting to be liked, she patched it with a Canadian flag that I've unstitched, not waiting to hear what realm is thought uncomplicated now. I travel under the banner of France, but he would be the first to call my home nowhere, as if it's printed on a map. When I close my eyes, the motion of the deck, first up and then down and then up again, can promise anything, these 20 miles intermission. I know we deserve to take England back. I know a commercial passenger ferry circa 1992 presents an imperfect vessel of attack. I'm aware of whispers among the crew. Anachronism makes all this possible. A work that proceeds by digression will be true only if its leaps are true, while years of austerity place a cap on the formal maneuvers available. First up and then down and then up again. If you need a renewable resource, then look in the direction of the sea. Its deepest feelings you didn't know you had. I often wonder why we go to fight. Their words that night understandable. I was the proud, puritanical child. What if their anger is appropriate and it's honest to envy their anger? Angers like love, both insist on action, and feeling them forces you to choose. I avoid this wherever possible. France once looked at me and asked, "How are you?" "I'm doing my best," I said, "not to know." He didn't seem to find that reassuring. A story will make you its instrument, especially if you refuse your part. I'm aware of whispers among the crew. First up, and then down, and then up again. It must be something I can use that English wasn't taught me by my mother. Crossing the channel first time in this direction, my first time stalking like an animal the people who were pressed to make these words, I spend the journey curled up in a knot, not grasping, my longing to be where my home, a place contained in pencil lines, each curve a skirmish, was scribbled over, grammar pulled stone from stone generations had arranged, while here in my own skin, the hunger for England grows, and it is wild that they will stamp my passport, let me in. Despite the noise and the blast, I slept and had to be awoken for the sight of land which silenced everyone. On deck, our glances met as the long charcoal mark of horizon crept up into white rock that soon stretched all the way across the world. A line almost legible, asking to be read, refusing every hesitant translation. By then I'd run to the bridge for France, who was busy giving instructions. They say he undertakes this trip for his own sake, or maybe I just worry that they do. No words are found equal to mixed feelings. I'm aware of whispers among the crew. This, by the way, was just came out in the new issue of Granta, which is quite fabulous all the way through. I recommend it. And I'll just read a little bit of my last book, Midwood, which is coming out in paperback this summer, I feel compelled to mention. As I said earlier, this one is made up of just over 100 very, very short poems, and interspersed through the whole collection is a series of poems that are just titled Midwood, and then a numeral, Midwood 1 through 24. And I thought I would try to read a few of these consecutively to see how they sound. They start out quite abstract. They were sort of, they developed out of the early days of the pandemic. I would sometimes, when I had time, sit on our fire escape here in Brooklyn, which overlooks this little ravine that's very wooded. And I would just try to write a poem about the trees I was seeing. I was trying very hard to look at them and see them clearly in the way that you do when you see something over and over and over in daily life. You often grow blind to it. And I was really trying not to let that happen. So these are the poems that grew out of that effort. Midwood 1. Out of the garment of the land, out of the there in the ravine, the place that's deepest, bent. Midwood 2. Out of the garment of the, if you can't go too far, don't fear how often earth carries you east, faster and more gallantly. Midwood 3. Out of the garment of the land, trees and their upholstery, tubers among unnameable shapes. Press your nose and the divorce unfurls. Orchid in an empty lot, not mine, the general one, a bend. Midwood 4. Tall ones, this airport weather, an April processing this way from which direction I can't tell, for you is individual, like dollars owed or today's shirt. You stand looking gently down, shaking heads, preparing us, your very slow branches saying little. Midwood 6. The still air still through every branch, not warm, no, spring this year, a Parisian, cold and controlled, and when reserve of this variety combines with stillness, suspends the visas of the wind and strands the season's envoy in another country, the quiet is wordless, but voluble. It comes right up to you to take a look. I'm skipping a few, and I'll just do a couple more. Midwood 10. Nodding their pages at you, at night, they turn into the first, the earliest trees. When everything you didn't know was darkness in the woods, and now it looks like darkness was the form of knowledge. You can't unsee it again. And I'm trying to check the time. I'll end on this one, Midwood 11. That summer, when the leaves were at their fluffiest, I issued daily memos on what you mean. The leaves burned neon and suffered the brutish tassels of the squirrels, wagging sectors of the tree with no notice, as if there were a soul inside scratching itself. It was during just that season, my task, to refuse all symbols, to read you clearly, install you across from this. Thank you. Thanks again for having me.
It was lovely to hear you, Jana.
Thank you.
Lovely to be here with you, Derek. Gonna enjoy what you do. I know. I can't wait. Thank you all for being here. I'm gonna read from Fast Commute, my latest book. It's a book-length poem that wanders a lot. So I'm just gonna wander through it myself. We'll start with the excoriation at the top and we'll mellow out as we proceed. Fast Commute. The wish that the extinct reverse and the nearly gone be plucked from death and managed, risks in my mouth becoming a man with a chainsaw on a plot the bank says he can do with what he wants. It's another hold around the neck of the land that says I am and will be, and not the leaf on the branch or the sap of the being. The idea of return is folly without first understanding leaving. How empires rose on its hastening, every inch of territory pruned to grow the desired, every life movable, extinguishable, economic. And we visitors, we invaders, we small individual specks of death, we want the larger machines to pour their tailings. We want them uprooting all life with their governmental limbs. We want a fast commute morning and evening, the terms of life rejigged for us and away from earth as counsel, balance as ethic, the hard lessons of one's place within the whole. And now it's too late to pull our trash from landfill and ocean, to say no to plastic straws and pipeline expansions, to maintain a slender innocence as we turn away as largely as the large machines keep turning toward. The trees at the feet of our parcel bleed sap on our cars each yo-yo spring, and we don't know why. The wasps are organizing in the eaves again, and we can't say our name for their species before we exterminate. The girl is on the median with her hat out every morning. The car is like a wide carpet around her, and we haven't learned her name or where she's from. And we still keep songs of and for this place locked in faraway museums. What do we know out our windows, carrying on in spite of us? What do we tell ourselves about the managed, shorn, tuneless expanses that surely await us all? White-tailed deer lifts head from alfalfa. Aims satellite ears at 6 lanes of paved artery, humans each alone, dragging goods encased in them. HVAC drones of idling and revving and earth movers in a farmer's field, in a new interminable fog. Spring arrived again in winter, swallows feeding on what the machines kick up. Turkey vultures surveying the endless terrestrial renos from very high above, the broken arm maples smothered in vines, coniferous stands salted, browning, Tyvek threaded, the roadkill fledging in long wet grass, the mist thick in each depression. Bedroom windows higher than the sound barrier as they churn more ground to make an on-ramp, as they fill the hole with machines and grit up new rebar. A man pressed between grids working a sparking tool, belly of the earth exposed, outlet mall proliferating on his horizon, creek secreted feet below the road, half sheathed in concrete, given a hard straight course. You could die of exposure in ways you couldn't before. Instead of ancestors, I have great-grandparents, subject to ad campaigns, who sat down in the broad middle of a new country, the why rarely coming up. Made to pause at King and John for a motorcade flying flags I can't name, revolving offensive of cops on bikes, sirens the only sound for a moment, while behind me a crater dug for a glass tower collects bottles and bags, becomes archaeological. Hritzko Kit brought his metal hammerhead. He brought his wire mesh sieve. On an old archived website, I look at photos of Hritzko Kit's hammer and sieve. A bulldozed lot, once subject to a fleeting scent of profit, regrows in a broken register, tar pails dumped and rusting through, no clue the roof where the tar was spread or where the pitch came from, present tense refuse and the goldenrod coming up around it. Imagine now a view out a train window as it slows, approaching a station. The repeating city blocks, the uniform trees, European-derived, the comfort of replication, the hard, cold material out of which all the buildings are made, the last best West, home for millions. White lines, their borders like breakage, like faults on the ocean floor. To all those killed by cars in the desert of downtown, in the desert of exurb. When I speak of trees, I'm one microbe in a system of commerce. So as much as I can, I stay silent. And presented here, I reach outward. Garbage bag ripped open in another dozed lot, the food containers spread out and organized like candy or entrails, and it's not clear whether these substances will ever decompose. Hearing a child out the east window, a train out the west window, I write pisanke, ya pishu pisanke, in a hum of morning rush hour lines, veering, asymmetric, trackless. I don't want to write it. I know the scene as home. The oil refineries rising from poplars overlooking the river, the tank farms downstream, the off-gassing from stacks painted like candy canes, the manufactured cloud formations, they treat these flames as eternal, eschewing the clean for the cheap and the quick. I don't want this tied to the trees or spoken aloud, this inheritance, our confluence, our shame, the windows of the houses on the opposite bank observing the transfers, the neighborhood park that used to be the dump, and the quiet of the river through each process, the banks dropping away slowly, the river so large and old it's thought both impervious and already dead. But instead, it's eroding the ground, and for good reason. Aggregate conveyor pokes above the tree line at sunrise. Silhouettes of crows perched in the silhouettes of trees, fires not yet ripped through here, sun orange and correctly ascending over new mountains of developers' slag, all the for lease signs along the artery, all the styrofoam castles forming in the boonies, the signs won't stay up in the wind. School buses bumping down the highway like apocalypse. Earth mounded up, garbage gathering at the stumps of hills, a canal of it grazing the houses' foundations. Brown field and a flash of fresh wood chips, blue branches and red ones and yellow ones in the sea of grays, winter unending but constantly interrupted. To cross this high over a creek, to stay that far away and claim to live here. I had a dream about a return of warmth, sudden and lively, scratching a dog's ears and getting a nuzzle in return. People gathered beside water. A big 5-armed birch. I woke to maples bleeding sap on the sidewalks. I woke trying to tally the loss in a clear cut, all that intelligence wiped out for parcels of capitalist language. How I might also be a tree ripped out, and the machinery, interrupting any chance to dig in, to know somewhere. The fury that builds whenever we pull up stakes, and the need to do it, to follow the money, the relief I feel. Stands of windy birch tracing themselves like fingers. Birch, spear, wind, dark, coniferous. Approaching rain, a mouth of flies and fireflies. The maple, an hourglass, the trunk measuring, the trunk, the conduit, the neck, the language. Crows in the treetop, parsing. Coyotes howl in the farmyards. Red squirrels trim the pink of evening and the cicadas broadcast. The mosquitoes try to learn the insides of my ears. Property lines faltering, sod laid all the way to the water faltering. The western half of the country has caught fire. They think it'll burn all summer. I check the branches of the Saskatoons after the waxwings feast. I keep returning in my mind to the towns of my parents and grandparents. The mosquitoes browse. The loon is convivial and far away. The spider's tendrils fly from the edge of the bowl in firelight. Thunderheads spin the far dark. Cattle and coyote and the chest hurling itself up the road, down the road, stuttering back to the fire. Blood in the ears each night like a train. Mosquitoes dancing in search of. Thunder quakes through water and limestone, rings the lake and degrades. At first light, the birds will confabulate a forest. Red mite crossing the back of a ladybug that circles the rim of the bowl. The longing, the lively, the study. What you do in trees, how you breathe here, how you know, why you have knowledge and what mode you have, what that knowing might mean here for you, for the tree. Why is this the ground composition? What kind of soil? And again, what kind? What do you tell people about yourself and where you live and where you come from? What do they understand? What are you doing here? Why here? How long are you staying? Are you putting down roots here? Do you think this is where you'll settle? Are you there now? Are you Ontarian? Is that home? Does it feel like home? Are you going home this summer? Are you going to do any trips? Do you think you'll get some time to relax? What do you tell people about yourself and all the places your friends live and how hard each time, how lonely to start over again? And how digging in and staying put is impossible when you don't have money? And how a home needs to be built from something, and how you can't always build from what you've inherited, which means you have to listen better than you've been taught, which means that listening can be your home. In the rounder pool of morning, when the birds stop speaking. In the swallowing of summer, the light descending trees and browning them. In the thick of your body, carrying you into newness of cold. Listen for the mouse, its burrowing, its foundation path, its tasting the depths of coming winter. Be this mouse if you can. Feel where the warmth resides. Make home of the larger forgetting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sina and Annie and the team here. Thank you to Drawn and Quarterly back at the back of the room selling books. What a fantastic afternoon. I'm going to start with a brief excerpt from Nights on Prose Mountain, which I edited. It's the collected fiction of B.P. Nichol, who's mostly known as a Canadian poet, but wrote 2 collections of short stories and 4 novels, which this book gathers up. You turn the page, and I am here. That in itself is interesting. To me, at least, it is interesting since my existence begins as you turn the pages and begin to read me. I have no way of knowing your motives, though I know or say or assume you have opened this book hoping to learn more about me or whoever it was you hoped or did not hope to encounter in your reading. So now you have begun. You have begun reading what I am saying, and I am once again finding a beginning. I am not alive, am I? I am simply these words as they follow one another across this page, which is so white that were they not here, were I not here, you would close this book to escape the whiteness. Now we have begun. We have begun again as we did so many times. Each time you are different. Each time there is something about you that is different. I am always the same. Always the flow, which is your vision of me, which is my vision of me, is the same. From page to page, I am the same each time. Only you are different. I am not aware of your difference. I have no consciousness in that sense. For me, you are always the same. For me, I am always the same. Probably you retreat from what I say. Probably you push it away, saying, well, after all, there is an actual person who did write this. Look, there is his name. You are fooling yourself. He is no longer important to my existence. I exist now because of you. Only you. You are all that gives me meaning. There is no meaning in this. My meaning is in my being, is in your reading of me. Now I am. I am because you read me. I was when that person wrote me. Then I was because of him. If he is reading me, then I am because of him. Now you are reading me. Now I am because of you. You are me. We are. I am. When you close this book, I will be waiting. Always, I am waiting. Even now, as I am being in you, there is a part of me waiting. I wait with no consciousness of waiting. If you pick me up and read me, I am. If you don't, I'm not. Always, I am waiting. If I had a consciousness, my consciousness would be of waiting without pain. I am waiting without consciousness of waiting. If you never pick me up, I will be waiting. You will pick me up. You will be different. Another part of me will still be waiting. Someday, all my parts will be picked up at once and begun, and there still will be parts of me waiting. Always, I am waiting. Somewhere, I am waiting. Waiting without consciousness of waiting. Waiting. Surface Tension is a volume of visual poetry, which is interleaved with statements about visual poetics and it's in the first chapter, in little aphoristic statements. First chapter is Madge, you're soaking in it. Anybody have any idea what I'm talking about when I say that? Right. Okay. So there was this commercial in the 1970s on television, that sold Palmolive, the dish detergent. And they promoted Palmolive by saying that it was good for your hands. So the best thing to do is actually to put your hands in Palmolive and soak in it. That would improve the quality of your skin. It's the 70s. Madge, you're soaking in it. At its core, Surface Tension holds a series of delicate, balanced poems, each symmetrical, palindromic, and made by hand using Letraset, a graphic designer's tool, Letraset, which standardized typefaces across advertising platforms in an idealistic 1950s, 60s aesthetic of sales copy and purchasing power, foregrounds a clean design, a logical, controllable narrative of graphic beauty, and heroic lyricism. Much contemporary poetry arose from that mandate, but we can swerve the beauty away from the sales pitch. Just as logos continuously wash over us, let poetry do the same, part of the written landscape we occupy. These reflections and distortions work to keep concrete current in flow, a fluidity refusing to solidify. The most representative, many of these statements are actually taken from advertising executive statements about advertising, logo design, and typography, and then swerve to be about poetry. The most representative and perhaps even the most exciting art form of our age is the advertising logo. Why not create a logo advertising modern poetry, modern art? Remarkable words with letters bigger than aqueducts, ringed with quicksilver, flamboyant and shocking, like advertising. Photocopiers don't just reproduce invoices and documents, they introduce beauty and sway, noise and reverb. The contemporary poem is an understanding of juxtaposition. It focuses on the arrangement of letters and material. Headlines, slogans, groups of sounds and letters give rise to forms that could be models for a new poetry just waiting to be taken up. If the poem is a new product in a world flooded with new products, then it must partake of the nature of the world that created it. When most of the language we consume is non-poetic, should poetry not attempt to poetically intervene within those spaces that are not traditionally poetic? Poetry may not be the beautiful expression of emotive truths. It could be the archaeological rearrangement of the remains of an ancient civilization. Poetry can fully embrace the plasticized space of graphics and glyphs, pixels and projections. Write not just in the margins, but in the kerning. Reading has shifted from something that takes place over time, an investment occurring privately, single readers quietly reading single books, to something that takes place instantaneously, a moment occurring publicly, momentary scans of logos, headlines, and brand recognition, viewed standing up. Imagine a poetry that learns from the internet, learns from mass media, and starts to assume different forms of distribution: the website, the tweet, the post, the logo, the advertisement, the targeted ad. Poets don't own their work, they just borrow it from the dictionary. Poetry, all that signifies can be sold. Poetry, like advertising, is anything you can get away with. Readability is key. Like a logo, a poem should be instantly recognizable. Poetry here endeavors to render all language into poetic icons, much like everyone can now understand the meaning of a folder icon on the computer screen. While graphic design, advertising, and contemporary design culture expand to redefine and rewrite how we understand communication, what can poetry do in that face? The McDonald's golden arches, the Nike swoosh, and the Apple logo may be the best aims of contemporary poets. But no one can possibly recognize their mother tongue when printed in Futura. It lacks maternal warmth. It lacks friendliness. Poems are the street signs, the signage, the advertising logos for the shops and corporations just beyond reach. How far away from poetry can we get and still be writing and reading poetry? Moments of poetic nostalgia for the signposts of a non-existent past. Make it simple, make it memorable, make it inviting to look at. A poetry of difference, chance, and eruption. You complain that this stuff is not written in English. It's not written at all. It is not meant to be read, or rather, it's not meant only to be read. It is to be looked at and listened to. Language to be looked at and or things to be read. Poems are not rarefied jewels, carefully chiseled for a bespoke audience. They're nuts and bolts, factory made, shifting from use to use. They're airport signs manufactured in bulk. They are silkscreens awaiting t-shirts. Writing is not about something. It is that something itself. Poetry here is concerned with being an object to be perceived rather than read. The content of the poem is non-literary, but ideally completely recognizable. A poem should not mean. The poem is the result of a concentration upon the physical media upon which the poem or text is made. Emotions and ideas are not physical media. Poems that refold the old, retrieved from a nowhere cultural memory, fitfully nostalgic for an ethereal, ephemeral moment. Poems made of letters that combine, like so many pieces of orphaned Lego, to form previously unexpected constructions not at all resembling the images on the packaging. Poets owe nothing to poetry, least of all deference. Every page should explode because of its staggering absurdity, the enthusiasm of its principles, or its topography. Poetry belongs to the world of appearances, not to actual use. Poems that refuse linearity in favor of the momentary. A poem should not mean, but be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so, so much, Jana, Laurie, and Derek. That was really, really amazing. As we mentioned, Drawn and Quarterly is in the back if you'd like to purchase a copy of one of the writer's books and have it signed. But before that, we're going to have a question and answer period. So if anyone here has a question, raise your hand and someone from Fourth Space will come bring you a microphone. If anyone who's joining over Zoom has a question, you can use the raise hand feature, or you can just type a comment and someone from the Fourth Space will read it out for you. So yeah.
Do we have any questions?
Hi, thank you to all of you for your readings. Laurie, this is my first time hearing Fast Commute, and I was struck by all of the garbage that's in. How like you have literal images of garbage, but also the long poem is sort of like an assemblage too. And I was wondering if you could just speak, if you have feelings and thoughts about that.
Yeah. Yes, I do. I do. It became as I was as the idea for this book was coalescing, I then realized that I was kind of honing in on the trash. And wanting to write a book about the environment. I think this is my Ontario book a little bit, like sinking into the place that I had been living and realizing that I can't omit that part from the trees over here and the creek and whatnot. So I was sort of writing about the bag of garbage that got ripped open in the ditch, like before I knew I was. And it was basically just a way to hinge the feelings of horror that you very neatly kind of smooth away as you're walking down the street to get to your job or whatever you're doing. But yeah, those are some of the key moments in the book for me, are those parts where I'm actually looking at that tar pail or looking at those food containers spread out. Yeah, they're a touchstone, definitely. I think you're right to pinpoint them for sure.
Any other questions? You can just raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you.
Derek, this question is for you. It's not specifically related to what you read, but I couldn't help but feel really curious about, since you have a PhD in creative writing, about how you see the relationship between academia and creativity. I had an English prof tell me that academia is not a place where creative people are happy. And I imagine you have a lot to say about this topic.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief. I want to imagine that the academy can be a place where creative people not only are happy, but can thrive. I think the academy needs that more than it thinks. And I think it needs us more than we need it. I think that if the academy, any academy, this isn't about here, is truly going to thrive, it needs to think about itself and its role much more creatively than it does. And that the idea that post-secondary education is job training is, I don't know, seems like the least interesting reason why we're here. And that for us to engage with the things that are important to us, whether that be, geopolitics or walking down the street, we need more creativity. And I'm sorry to hear that a prof suggested that creativity didn't belong here. What that shows to me is an incredible lack of creative thinking.
I think an argument could be made for saying that I think all the works that were read today have something to do with like capitalism or the climate crisis or the reality we live in now. And I was wondering, like, do you guys think that poetry has a role to play in like changing those systems or addressing like the climate crisis, not only as a reaction to our feeling about that, but also like as a proactive way to move forward?
Is Jana still here? Jana?
Here. Thanks, Laurie. The hardest question.
You can toss it back. I don't
No, no.
like that.
I immediately want to lean on that old line that poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. And then I think of Auden's line when he says that poetry makes nothing happen, sort of denying that idea that poetry has a job to play, sort of arguing that poetry is actually defiantly useless in the world, that it's there to sort of enlarge our sense of what is possible, enlarge our sense of what can be beautiful. And then you can argue that that is itself a political aim. But of course, in Auden, it's a very famous line in Auden, poetry makes nothing happen, but many people forget how it continues. I think it goes, poetry makes nothing happen. It is a mouth, a way of happening. I'm probably mangling it, but essentially, I think he ends up saying that poetry is what survives from any given era. And I think that's true. And I think, therefore, it has to have some political meaning, some force. But I think it's very hard to distinguish between how it's able to affect people's opinions and to what degree it's just reflecting things that people are already feeling.
Agreed. Yeah. Thank you for that answer. I don't think that poetry is going to sway an oil company to clean up its act. I think, though, that just the expressing of what we're seeing around us can be a very powerful thing to someone who's similarly receptive to seeing and sensing what's around you. So I think there's an energy there that is a useful energy for humans, but I don't know. I can't really answer well whether it can do that kind of political work. That would be lovely. That would be lovely. And we've seen examples, I suppose, too, but the change that occurs with the making of art is tectonic, is really kind of the slow, minute shifting of very large plates is how it kind of feels to me. So yeah. Derek?
I agree with both of you. I think that the fact that poetry makes nothing happen, I think, is part of its beauty. That if it was responsible for making something happen, then it could be way more manipulated and way more packaged and sold. The fact that it is simply a moment for reflection or discussion or communion is what brings it, in my opinion, what brings it its power, that it gives us a chance to connect and, what do we do with this beautiful thing? How do we define beauty? How do we want to interact with art? And taking that moment and stepping out is, I think, could be really powerful. And it actually, if it brings people together while doing nothing, if it's nothing is togetherness, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Any other questions?
I have just one final one, I guess, for whoever feels compelled to answer, but I'm wondering, in terms of writing poetry, how does that, the process work of having a little bit of trouble forming my question. When is the best time to write a poem? When have you had the most success? Does that make sense?
For me, I do really well when I'm in motion. Like on the bus. That's how this book was written, on the dear departed Greyhound and on a lot of commuter trains, stuck in gridlock on major Ontario highways. There's or walking neighborhoods. I've come to learn that that's where things sort of unlock a little bit when I'm moving. But it's not a guarantee. To write poetry is a process of kind of putting yourself in the conditions, creating the conditions for yourself, putting yourself in the path of where it tends to show up. So just speaking very practically, if I'm wanting to sort something out, I'll go somewhere. I'll just take off somewhere and see if something appears. I will often also joke that I have to just go over to that spot at the river. There's a total poem down there. I'll be back in half an hour. Like I do kind of treat it like that, just to make sure that it's always in mind in a way. Yeah.
All the time. When's the best time to write? As often as you can, every moment. If you can take any time that you can take to try to engage with art is a good time to do it. Yeah.
I also agree with both those answers. I've also had great good luck writing, also curiously reading on trains, like longer haul trains. There's something about actually physically moving through a landscape that is so freeing. I myself feel like I write best in the early morning before my brain's been forced to do much else. But I would also just add to these answers that for me, sometimes I wouldn't like let this dominate the procedure, but as important as writing the poems is not writing the poems in a way. Like once I have a steady rhythm of knowing that I'm returning to a certain manuscript or a poem every day or every other day, I find it very useful to have a certain period of time away from whatever I've written, so that when I return to it, it sort of is less familiar to me. And I've talked to poets, very great poets, who say that, like, this was just recently, I was talking to someone who said that he writes like his entire manuscript sort of in a great rush, and then he puts it in a drawer for 6 months and he doesn't look at it. And then when he returns to it, he revises it, and that's it. He's done.
Just occurs to me too, the other situation that tends to be kind of generative for me too, and it's something I turn to a few times in this book as I write Ukrainian dyed eggs called pesanke, which I mentioned in my reading. They're this thing I learned from my grandmother and took up again as an adult, and it involves melting beeswax, putting it through kind of a metal funnel and drawing on the egg in beeswax, putting it in dye, drawing on the egg. And I keep a piece of paper very close by because it's much like knitting or other sort of things that make your hands busy, like crafty work, has tended to kind of allow you that moment of not writing where you're not necessarily overtly thinking about your project, but things are percolating in there, and you're distracting yourself with this activity long enough for something to occur to you. That's been really useful for me.
Hello. Something that's made me a little bit fearful, it's Annie, by the way, Jana. Something that's made me a little bit fearful about publication is sometimes when I look back on old work of mine, I'm like cringing and I'm like, oh God, like that's so embarrassing. And I don't agree with that anymore. Or I don't even talk to that guy anymore. And I was wondering if that ever goes away, or if you have any tips for that, of like, being fearful of how you'll look at your work a few years down the line.
I have gotten to a place where I understand my first poems, my earlier work, as of its time. I'm also this sort of person where the book comes out or the issue of Brick comes out, and I try not to like look too closely. So I understand it as this thing of its moment that now it has a separate existence in me, and it's still totally after that dude or whatever, but that's its problem and not mine. Yeah, maybe like I don't know, you can probably diagnose that if you really wanted to, but
I'm not going to, but be gentle with that person. That person who published that poem needed to and wanted to, and it was important to them. And you wouldn't be where you are without having done that. So forgive them and learn from it, and now publish the work that you need to today. To an extent, they are different people, but no, I would like to think that nobody's going to be sitting in the audience going, do you know what you did when you were 19? Nobody can live up to that question. So forgive yourself and keep writing.
Jana, do you want to
I
respond?
can't really, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I can't improve on those answers. I will understand.
Part of my experience in university has been an application of like a hypercritical lens on everything that I do. And so much to the point where when I write in my journal, I'm like, ew, that's a basic sentence. That's gross, even though no one is going to read it, and probably not even me again. And so I'm wondering, that's obviously very useful in a lot of ways, but have you been able to shake that hypercriticism? Is that helpful in your writing process?
No. No, it's a useful, this has been described by a few different people through in the Western tradition, Freud being one of them, talking about primary process and secondary process, understanding the act of writing as different from the editorial eye, and understanding that you have to actually shut that one off to do that one. So to my mind, that's exactly what you're supposed to do in a journal. Like I do the same, like the crap goes in the book and I don't think about it. And that's a hard thing. Cause I mean, I had that a similar sort of like a tendency when I was in school as well, that I would be hyper aware of the formulation of a thought on the page. And it's worth trying to slip that as much as you can, just to try to, I found I was going to new places if I was able to kind of not be quite so immediately critical of the words as they were coming out. I could do things that I found were exciting, or there was something new coming up in the work for sure. And I mean, it's so easy to be like, stop it. But I would say try to like let that bad sentence like get very long, just like run it out and you'll find something good in it at some point, I'm sure.
I totally agree. I think we have the tendency to confuse writing with editing. And what you're doing is you're editing as you write, and put some space between those two things as you write, as you write more and more, the space between those two actions will decrease. But God help you if they're right on top of each other. Then you just freeze up. But forgive yourself. Like, it's okay. It's just a journal. Put it all in there and see what happens. That's different than the poem or the thing that you're writing, the paper, whatever it might be.
Jana?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with both of those answers. And I have very similar tendencies. I think that's why it took me so long to write my first book, because I literally would like write part of a poem or a whole poem, and then I would be unable to look at it for weeks or months. So long sometimes that I would go back to a notebook and I would find something that I realized was actually not half bad. I had entirely forgotten it because I couldn't bear to look at it. And it was only in writing my second book that I realized that this form of discomfort when you're actually generating new work is kind of crucial to it. And you just have to put up with it. And it's only after you reach a certain point in writing something new, you're generating all this new stuff. You're, in a sense, you're creating a lot of chaos on the page. And people who love to write tend to not like that form of writing. People who have, a developed taste, people who care about literature and so on. So for me, it was like a hugely uncomfortable, mortifying experience at times. And only when I did it a second time in a much quicker way with my second book did I realize that, like, oh right, I'm generating all this stuff, and only once it's there on the page I can the work of editing and revising becomes much more pleasurable and satisfying and rewarding, because you are now forming it into something that you are able to appreciate more. But in some sense, I also think that the discomfort is itself aesthetically useful. Like I don't want to keep advocating for silence and for people to abandon their manuscripts, but I think at times it can be very valuable to listen to that kind of discomfort and to let it guide whatever you're writing, to, you know, force you to stop a sentence, force you to criticize your own sentence. Engaging with that stuff can be very useful as well.
So you touched on that a little bit this morning, but I guess like how about reading as a writer? Because especially being at school now for writing and reading so much in the context of like a creative writing degree, now I find myself like when I'm reading for fun, editing a book that has already been published and that I have no authority to edit at all. And sometimes I wish I could like maybe turn that off a bit and just like enjoy a book, but I'm struggling to do that now in university. And have you guys like found a way around that, or does that go away, I guess?
I'll just quickly, can I just quickly, I mean, yeah, isn't wanting to throw a book across the room sort of one of the most common responses to a reading experience for many people? I think that's totally acceptable. And of course, you know, hopefully you find a way to get past it. And if the book is valuable to you, you sort of suffer whatever flaws you think it has. But yeah, it is sometimes challenging to have sort of inculcated a kind of editorial skepticism and detachment from what you're reading, and then to try to read without the power of the red pencil.
I completely agree. I think that sometimes we're taught that the best way of engaging with a book is to disprove it and to fight back, or to argue against it, as opposed to be in conversation with it. If there's something that you're finding rubs you the wrong way, write back, as opposed to, you know, crossing out the line. Ideally, that will pass, that you will be able to read for fun again, I hope, soon. Deadlines have a tendency to, you know, twist our priorities a little bit.
I have a really hard time with that one. I have learned to read for craft, and it's a hard thing to turn off. It only turns off when I'm reading something really astonishing, something that really is blowing my doors off. Then I can whip through it pretty well, and that editorial eye turns off. It closes a bit, but it's hard. And it's, I think, I mean, just to be very, very workaday about it, exhaustion factors in. You know, if you're writing, if you're spending time editing, if that kind of comprises your conscious hours, and then you want to sit down leisurely and do the same activity or something similar that you were doing all day, it doesn't tend to work for me. Like I have a finite reading brain. So I don't know. That's just, you know, how you schedule your time. That's kind of a different thing. But yeah, the reading for how a thing is built is something that I do quite a lot, and it can be really enjoyable when you find the right book.
We have time for one more question. Any takers?
Hi, everybody. It's an easy one, hopefully a joyful one. I just wondered what you were, well, actually I have two questions. You can take your pick which one you want to answer. One is if you remembered the first time you saw a poem of yours in publication, and what that was like, if it was memorable, and or what are you reading right now that's really exciting you? and that you want to pass on to us?
Oh, don't want to go first. I do, and it was amazing. I do remember the first time I was published, and it seemed so both ridiculous and magical. It was like, how is it that this is possible? And wait a minute, that was not terrifying. I mean, it was, but at the same time, this was a while ago. I put something in an envelope and I mailed it to somebody, and then I got a thing back saying, here. And it was like, oh, that's what it took. A stamp. And it was like, that's actually not as terrifying as I thought it could be. And that's ridiculous. That's magical. You put a poem in an envelope with a stamp, you send it away, and somebody writes back with a magazine. Okay. And what am I reading? Oh, I don't know. I got like a bunch of books on the go. The book that I read on the plane on the way here is Henri Lefebvre's The Lost Things, which is a little slip of a book that was published a few years ago that's nothing but a list of artistic things that have gone missing. So it could be books that were not completed. It could be libraries that have been destroyed. It could be artworks that have gone missing. It could be, whatever it might be, including people. And it's just this heartbreaking list of just opportunities that have been missed, like pieces of artwork that were destroyed in fires or were moved and got stolen or lost or whatever it might be. And that's a heartbreaking one I turn back to every now and then. So how about you?
The first time I was published, I won a poetry contest completely by accident. And well, I've been plugging away alone with no one really to show work to, or no real community, and was carpet bombing the world with these things that I was making, and I didn't know what I was doing, and happened to have this pleasant surprise of winning a contest, and that I took it too much to heart. It's like, well, I don't know what I'm doing. I need to, if it's possible that I could even be published, that it actually could happen, I better actually learn how to do this. And it kind of spurred me to get my ass back in school and, just really start taking it more seriously. Like if this is a thing, if my words are going to be existing out in the world, I better know a lot more about how to make them. And I'd better go find people who could tell me useful things about how to do this, how to embark on this. So it was really, it changed me to have my first thing published. And I'm so glad that I had the wherewithal to say, oh my God, I need help. I need to make sure that I'm doing this right. Yeah. The book I'm reading right now is Knisia Lubrin's Code Noir. I have been, as I've maybe alluded to here today, I've been having like a hard time with reading generally. I'm finding it really hard to find the right book that I can kind of be swept up in after, doing all the other work I do in the course of a day. And this one's kind of doing that. I'm proceeding quite slowly through it. And it's really the bounds of it are boundless. So I'm really responding to that these days. It's quite good. You're going to love her when she comes. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I also remember my first real publication. I mean, I think I'd published in small local journals when I was in high school in Southern Ontario. And then after university, I moved to Dublin and I did a bunch of temping jobs and eventually started freelancing for the local like free cultural listing paper that came out once a week. So I was writing prose for them on a regular basis, and I sent some poems to Poetry Ireland Review, which was and is a fairly serious journal, and they accepted one of the poems and published it. And my main memory of it is, I mean, it was so meaningful to me and so intense that I almost couldn't open the journal. I almost couldn't look at it. It was like painful and also mortifying on some level. I mean, I think that it was so important to me that it was almost too uncomfortable to experience. And so I kind of like, I put it on a shelf and didn't look at it very much. Yeah, so I at the same time, it was I mean, it was sorry, I'm at a loss for words now. It was an important thing for me, for my sense that it was like possible to publish, but it wasn't very pleasant for me, I would say. And as for what I'm reading, a lot about Shakespeare and his plays. There's one particular book that I'm immersed in right now, called Shakespeare, the Literary Dramatist, which is really fascinating and very detailed study of his plays on paper versus the stage. But I also have like a stack of books on my night table. There's a new, I would recommend a new selection of poems that's coming out soon or has already just come out by an American poet named Reginald Shepherd, who I must admit I had not heard of before The Galley reached me, and the work is quite extraordinary. I recommend.
Thank you so much, Laurie, Derek, Jana. Thank you so much for everything today. If we could all give them a round of applause. This has been so wonderful. Like I said, if you're interested in purchasing a copy of one of the writers' books or all of theirs, we have Drawn and Quarterly in the back over there. If you did enjoy what you saw today, Writers Read has a very busy March. On March 21st, we're going to be hosting in collaboration with the Canadian School of Irish Studies or School of Canadian Irish Studies. We're going to be hosting Lisa McInerney in the York Amphitheater from 7 to 9. And on March 21st, we're going to be hosting Kinesia Lubrin and Christina Sharp from 7 to 9 in the John Molson Building, 9th floor, room 9D. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming out. Thank you once again. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Annie and the Writers Read, for coming into Fourspace today and activating these wonderful conversations. To everyone online and those of you here in the space, thank you for your questions and your contributions as well. We're going to be closing up the Zoom and the live stream, but a quick reminder that all of today's events are already available on our YouTube channel if you'd like to revisit them or share. So please join us once again at Fourspace. We love having you. Have a great evening, everybody.